time allocated. Pleasure to have you all with us, and I have some acknowledgements. Firstly, to welcome former President Kgalema Motlanthe and Executive Trustee Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, Minister Lamola, Honourable Minister Mamobuku Kubai, Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation Trustees, Chichi Maponya, James Lekoma, Maurizio Mariano. We have a number of ambassadors with us today. His Excellency Ambassador Nza Peke from the Central African Republic. I think he may not be here. His Excellency Ambassador Mrs. Sandra Kramer from the EU, who will be leaving us shortly and has been a good friend to the work of the Foundation. His Excellency Carlos F. Fio Acevedo, Embassy of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. His Excellency Zainal Arif Mantaha from Singapore, His Excellency Grace Mutembu from Zambia, His Excellency Nelson Mufu from the United Nations, Manel from Senegal, His Excellency Mr. Malik Mohammed Farouk from Pakistan, from Academic World, Advocate Mojanka Gumbi, and Latokwa George Mpedi, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. And all distinguished guests, chief executives, members of the media, executives from MTN, who are a major part of the success of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please give all of those distinguished guests a warm welcome. We're meeting, as you know, at a very particular time. This issue of migration and its political, social, economic impact is significant. It's on all our minds because of recent events. But as we remind ourselves, this is not a sudden thing, that human history is based on migration constantly. The question is how it's managed, what value it adds, how societies embrace or do not embrace each other, how the systems of government, administration, the economy, society manage to deal with people who move. We are all movers in a way. So it's a serious discussion, and I'm delighted we have a very good panel of speakers to share their thoughts with you. I think you all know as leaders that all of us in one or another touch or are touched by this very important question. So it's with great pleasure that we welcome you and thank the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation for putting this event together. To set the scene, I'm going to call on Mrs. Gugu Motlanthe to make a few remarks. She's the Executive Trustee of the Motlanthe Foundation. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
So not really. Anyway, Honorable Minister Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, standing in for our Deputy President Paul Mashatile, welcome. All protocols observed, welcome to the KMF Winter Seminar. We are honored to dedicate today's seminar to former President Kgalema Motlanthe, who celebrated his 77th birthday on Sunday. Kulua, Today we acknowledge your enduring contribution to South Africa. We are deeply honored by the presence and support of the MTN Group's leadership, represented by the Group Chairperson, Mr. SABC Jonas, Group President and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ralph Mupita. We are also pleased to welcome Dr. Ishmael Yamson, Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy, Republic of Ghana, and Chairman of MTN Ghana. That deserves a clap, guys. The KMF remains deeply indebted for the support for the seminar, but we need more support to make our work possible. Without support, our many programs in education, dialogue, well-being, and peace-building initiatives would not be possible. As a public benefit organization regulated by SARS, the KMF has no guaranteed or steady source of income. We rely on the goodwill and partnership of our supporters to sustain our mission to continue serving our communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, honored guests, all protocols observed. Good morning and hearty welcome to all of you. The events surrounding the 30th June Safety Stay Away have come and gone, and the placards have been packed away. We cannot anticipate for how long. But the question remains. Today, South Africa stands at a moment of profound choices, and it is time for decisive and honest leadership. As Somalian and British poet Warsan Shire puts it, no one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark and chases you. Dire circumstances necessitate this drastic measure. No one should be forced to flee their home, country, because of war, poverty, climate disaster, human rights violations, or conflicts. We must continue to debunk the false narratives, distortions, and myths, and address the root causes of migration like high unemployment, deep-seated poverty, inequality, war, and discrimination against women and LGBT communities that result in Afrophobia, prejudice and violence, and the scramble for limited resources. Government, too, must acknowledge what millions of South Africans already know. It lost control of migration policy years ago. At the same time, economic growth has stalled, public institutions have weakened, and our refugee and asylum system is no longer fit for purpose. We cannot continue governing by denial. What South Africa requires is something far more difficult and far more courageous. We require an honest dialogue beyond the national conversation. We cannot avoid talking about these things. My starting point is simple. Migration, when properly managed, can be of great economic benefit. Throughout history, migration has contributed to building civilizations. South Africa today is a product of migration. Our foreign policy is Pan-African, rooted in solidarity and mutual cooperation. People move because they seek safety, opportunity, and dignity. Legal migrants become part of a country's formal tax base, and so they contribute to the social and economic fabric of a nation. But there is an equally important truth: illegal migration undermines the rule of law. But there's a credible migration policy must therefore accomplish two objectives simultaneously. It must welcome legal migration, and it must effectively, manage and discourage illegal migration. These are not contradictory principles. They are complementary responsibilities of a functioning state. Unfortunately, government has at best dealt with this issue symptomatically. Warnings accumulated, communities became frustrated. Institutions weakened, political leaders avoided difficult decisions, and so migration has become one of the most emotionally charged political questions in South Africa and must be approached constructively. Particularly as local government elections approach, the question is no longer whether the fire exists. The question is how we extinguish it before it engulfs our democracy. Economic growth and credible migration management are not competing priorities. They are partners. Without growth, there are no jobs. Without jobs, resentment builds. Without effective migration management, that resentment is easily redirected towards the vulnerable, who are soft targets. Migration is not the disease. The deeper illness is a lack of decisive leadership and the absence of a coherent national vision, a script. We have seen previous generations of young South Africans mobilize around noble causes like fees must fall, and roads must fall. Movements that demanded justice, equality, and transformation. Many of those leaders disappeared from public life, but the problem they sought to solve remain. This is precisely why this moment demands leadership. The Arab Spring did not begin because of a macroeconomic model. It began with a frustrated one young graduate denied dignity through work. In months, billionaires became millionaires, millionaires became thousandaires, and fortunes built over generations evaporated. What was carefully captured in spreadsheets was swept away by forces no spreadsheet anticipated. Our universities should not be the next frontier. We face youth unemployment approaching 50%. Overall unemployment remains among the highest in the world. That is not simply an economic statistic. It is a highly combustible social reality. It is a cocktail that can be ignited by almost anything. At the same time, identity politics has become one of the defining features of our society. Increasingly, people define themselves by what separates them rather than what unites them. Yet we know another South Africa exists. Whenever our national teams succeed, we sing together, stand behind one flag, and celebrate in every language, which brings me to the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture. These are three portfolios in one ministry. Sport deserves dedicated leadership to develop athletes, transform sporting codes, and build international competitiveness. But arts and culture requires something equally important and even special, a leader whose primary mandate is nation building. In a society wrestling with so much division, mistrust, and identity politics, culture is not a luxury. It is an instrument of social cohesion. And so the challenge before us is therefore much greater than migration. It is about rebuilding the republic itself. The greatest danger facing South Africa is not a sudden collapse. It is a gradual, continuous decline, as we've known. History teaches us nations do not fail overnight. They decline slowly, quietly, incrementally, until abnormal conditions become accepted as the new normal. We adapted when electricity failed, when public safety deteriorated, when municipalities started functioning, and so on. This resilience is counterproductive because it encourages lack of accountability. Every family that pays twice, first through taxes and then through private alternatives, carries a burden that should concern every policymaker. This is how inequality is deepening. Previous generations assumed these were simply functions of the state. That shift matters. People stop asking whether something is acceptable. They begin asking whether it is survivable. That is the moment democracies become vulnerable, because when citizens lose confidence that improvement is possible, they stop demanding better, and decline becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Government must accept responsibility. We have the laws that govern migration. All it takes is something to implement them. The current Home Affairs Minister is basically implementing what has been there since the dawn of democracy, ANC policy. The same with the Minister of Correctional Services. They were handed platforms to act decisively. Corruption and officials on the take have fueled today's migration crisis. Weak administration undermined asylum processes and eroded institutional credibility. Migration should not be discussed in isolation. It intersects with unemployment, housing, healthcare, crime, economic growth, regional diplomacy, and national security. The African Continental Free Trade Area, under the leadership of Secretary General Kgalema, represents perhaps the most significant economic opportunity Africa has created for itself in decades. Yet too few South Africans understand what it is, what it means, or how it can transform our future. We are good at creating institutions, but less successful at championing them. We establish them, but do not push the needle to drive their impact. Leadership requires not just institutional building, but sustained commitment behind it. We still have some way to go on coordination. According to the latest Africa Visa Openness Index by the African Union and African Development Bank, only 28% of intra-African travel is visa-free. While visas on arrival are available in 27% of travel scenarios, nearly half of all journeys still require a pre-arranged visa. The African Union continues to urge member states to ratify the Protocol on the Free Movement of Persons, adopted in 2018, to support the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Although 32 countries have signed the protocol, only a handful have ratified it, highlighting the gap between political commitment and practical integration. The reality is uncomfortable. Many migrants travel thousands of kilometers to reach South Africa. Many have established families here. Some countries of origin are reluctant to facilitate return of those that are illegal. Many benefit from remittance sent home every month to their citizens working in South Africa. Many brands leave the economy annually through these transfers, but the same is true. Many jobs in South Africa exist because South African companies do business with other African countries. Doing business across Africa has helped to create and support jobs in South Africa. Companies that operate in Africa where the economies are growing faster than South Africa, and there are those that grow faster than South Africa because we always think we are the, economy. Help business in South Africa grow, even though South Africa's economic growth is currently slow. This is not simply South Africa's challenge, it is a regional challenge. In fact, it extends beyond our immediate region. Mass deportation is neither financially practical, nor in many cases legally or diplomatically straightforward, nor morally justifiable. Pretending otherwise merely postpones difficult decisions. When it comes to multilateral financial institutions, continental trade, and global partnership, our reputation matters, guys. Countries are not judged only by their balance sheets. They are judged by their stability, reliability, leadership, and the values they demonstrate. If we retreat from Pan-African solidarity, we pay a premium and be discounted, and unfortunately, our children or future generations will inherit the cost of our inertia. I'm not going to, whatever, just finally, we must recognize another powerful force shaping migration. Aspiration, television, social media, streaming platforms, digital technology. Together, they project images of South Africa across the continent every hour of every day. For millions of young Africans, South Africa represents possibility, the land of opportunity. Where opportunity appears visible, movement follows. Every aspiration has consequences. Government must anticipate those consequences instead of merely reacting to them. Our future will be determined by whether we rebuild institutions, whether you have public trust, whether we restore competent governance, we revive economic growth, enforce the rule of law without abandoning our humanity, and choose solidarity over fear. Our destiny cannot be separated from that of our region. If we fail to define our role in Africa, others will define it for us. Migration will not disappear tomorrow. It must be faced and solved by all that live in the country. We cannot sweep it under the carpet any longer. And then in closing, the key in a just, fair world is building a world where migration is a choice, not a necessity, and not preserved increasingly for a minority with high skills levels, and where the most vulnerable continue to be marginalized. Civil society must understand that if we allow vigilantism to rule, we are heading towards a slippery slope. As the saying goes, first they came, and we didn't stop them. The target was the people from Limpopo. Today, they came for the Africans on the continent. Who will it be next? They will come for you, and there will be no one left to save all of us. The dialogue on migration must not stop until we have one Africa for all. I thank you.
You might be. My apologies to you. Right, so let's move on to the next speaker, the chairman of MTN, Mr. SABC Janis. Please give him a warm reception.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director. Can I just say all protocol observed to save time? I must thank the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation for the continued engagement with all the critical issues that South Africa faces and the continent faces. Of course, I must also say happy birthday to Mkhulua and acknowledge that throughout history, I know that you have this fortunate or unfortunate situation that your birthday follows a day after Mandela's birthday. that means you are always at a risk of being ignored. Over the past few months, South Africans have witnessed scenes that would trouble the conscience of any nation. Vigilante groups have hunted down immigrants at their homes in the streets. Spaza shops have been looted and burned. Families who came here seeking opportunity and safety have been headed into makeshift encampments, while African governments have had to hire buses and charter special flights to evacuate their citizens from the country they once considered a beacon of hope. Men and women who share our continent, our history, and in many cases our struggle for freedom have been made to feel like strangers, intruders, and outcasts. They have been told that they do not belong. Those who are behind the protest say that unchecked immigration has brought more people into our country than we can cope with. That they have taken our jobs and our houses and brought crime to our neighborhoods. We are told that we do not have the space or resources to offer refuge to people fleeing the failures of their own governments and societies. By contrast, many Africans see what is happening as primarily a human rights matter, in which their fellow citizens, undocumented or not, are being dehumanized and mistreated. What is abundantly clear is that there is no easy answer, no simplistic solutions to what is an economic, a moral, and political challenge, one that touches on people's fears and their deepest sense of identity and belonging. South Africa is not alone in dealing with these challenges. Across the world, societies are wrestling with who belongs, how newcomers can be accommodated, and how nations can reconcile compassion with social cohesion. A Bulgarian political scientist, Ivan Krastev, argued that the 2015 refugee crisis in Europe, triggered by the Syrian civil war and the influx of Africans crossing the Mediterranean, marked a turning point in Western politics. Large-scale migration, he contended, triggered fears that were not merely economic but existential. Anti-immigration sentiment fueled the rise of illiberal, anti-democratic parties, and social solidarity declined quite substantially. The result has been a profound turn towards identity politics, in which tribe, religion, race, language, and birthplace have become the boundaries of belonging. It is a politics that sorts people into competing camps of insiders and outsiders, and in so doing redefines the nation and challenges the democratic ideals of diversity, inclusivity, and egalitarian society. For 3 decades, South Africa has largely resisted the pull of exclusionary nationalism, the idea that citizens should transcend ethnicity and that belonging should not be determined by tribe or origin lies at the heart of the democratic settlement of 1994. The protesters claim that they have the public support for their valid complaints about overcrowded hospitals, unscrupulous employers hiring low-wage foreigners, and an immigration system that often functions to put money in the back pockets of officials. But those same polls do not show support for the mob justice, looting, shop burnings, and dehumanization that have accompanied many of these protests. The protesters insist that they are only targeting undocumented migrants. But on the street, the targets are black Africans, African foreigners as a group. The Somali trader, the Zimbabwean workers, the Ethiopian shopkeeper, the Nigerian entrepreneur, and the Congolese mechanic are seldom judged according to their legal status. Even South Africans have been harassed because they speak different language or come from another province. Africa knows what happens when political leaders begin defining who truly belongs. The experience of identity politics go back to the darkest days of our history, when colonialists divided us into tribes to better control and rule our people, the people they conquered. Mass expulsions of immigrants and sometimes citizens of wrong ethnicity is not new in Africa. Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, all have their history in this regard. The critical difference between what happened in those countries and what's happening in South Africa is essentially that in South Africa we are witnessing a more dangerous situation, where a populist movement emerging from the streets in some places has assumed the power to enforce its own version of law. And that's the problem we're facing. When the state loses its monopoly on legitimate use of force, it loses more than control of the streets. It loses the authority to decide who is protected by law and who is not. The authority passes instead to whoever can assemble the largest mob or wield the biggest stick. No democracy can survive for long in that situation. We should drop the pretense that this is somewhat organic. The protests have been driven firstly by opportunistic politicians who are manipulating people's fears and anxieties for electoral advantage, with the November local government elections in mind. But secondly, criminal syndicates and hooligans have seen an opportunity to expropriate people's businesses and loot the possessions of those who are driven out. But thirdly, we are witnessing the operation of malign outside networks of funders, organizers, and social media operators of bot farms. They bus protesters across provinces, they amplify outrage online, they manufacture narratives designed to pit neighbors against the neighbors, communities against communities, and against countries. One way to think of this is through Krastev's observation. In the 21st century, he said, in the 21st century, foreign intelligence agencies are becoming the most important authors of national histories. In this instance, we do not know whether their agenda is about to boost the prospect of local political groups or just destabilize South Africa or isolate South Africa from its neighbor. But we cannot deny, I think as many countries have denied, the role played by foreign intelligence agencies to destabilize South Africa. What we can say is that these attempts to direct blame for South Africa's problems at foreigners are fundamentally mistaken. The deterioration of parts of our cities, collapse of public services, persistent unemployment, and an economy that has failed to generate enough opportunities are the result of policy failures accumulated over many years. They were not created by migrants. South Africa's economic crisis is a product of weak growth, poor governance, inadequate education outcomes, infrastructure failures, and structural inequality. If every foreign national left the country tomorrow, those problems will remain. In many respects, they would be more and worse. This does not mean we should ignore the governance failures relating to migration. Citizens of a sovereign nation are entitled to expect the borders to be managed properly. The blame for failures in migration management should not fall only on those who have migrated to South Africa seeking opportunity, safety, and better life. The real blame should fall on institutions that have failed to enforce law, secure borders, and administer immigration system effectively. There is, of course, no evidence that criminality will disappear if every foreign national left the country. Drug trafficking, organized crime, corruption, and violence are deeply rooted problems involving South Africans and foreigners alike. Immigration properly managed, makes a significant contribution to economic activity, especially in poorest communities. Immigrants came as entrepreneurs, traders, professionals, and service providers. They created businesses, generate demand, rent homes, use transport networks, purchase goods and services, and contribute to tax base indirectly or directly. Alan Hirsch has consistently argued that South Africa should view immigration as a developmental asset rather than as a security problem. South Africa's challenge is not too many migrants, but too little growth, and I might add, high levels of exclusion. Hirsch points out that South Africa loses many skilled citizens through migration, while simultaneously making it difficult for skilled foreigners to enter and remain. The result is a net loss of talent, as it were. Hirsch places migration within the broader historical context, and Siskuku did that very well. South African mining industry, agriculture, commerce, and cities were all built on migration. Mobility has long been the feature of economic development rather than an exception to it. Across Africa, commerce has long traveled alongside human movement. The great trading cultures of the continent understood this centuries before economists developed theory of regional integration. The traders of West Africa, the Somali merchants network that stretch across continents, and Ethiopian commercial communities that connect distant markets all demonstrate that how migration enterprise reinforce one another. In other words, migration can create growth as opposed to undermining growth. And growth is precisely what South Africa needs. Left to flourish and properly managed, and in fact, anchored on good regulation, most of the networks created by migration have the potential of setting some of our cities, Joburg, Durban, into trading gateways for the region. African commercial crossroads connecting producers, wholesalers, transporters, consumers across multiple countries. Instead, we sit at a different and more dangerous crossroads. The images of the protest, augmented by fake recycled images depicting attacks on Africans, have actually found their way in all major centers of the continent and creating a very strong negative feeling and anger towards South Africans. Most South Africans abhor violence for sure, and dehumanization of fellow Africans. Trade union, churches, civil society groups, and communities across the country have all spoken. The voices of division and ethnicity are loud, but they are not the only voices in South Africa. And yet, from Lagos, Nairobi, Accra, Addis Ababa, Harare, Africans have watched protest with a mixture of sadness and disbelief. At precisely a moment when African Continental Free Trade Area seeks to deepen integration and reduce barriers between African economies, South Africa cannot afford sending an opposite message, that Africans are welcome as customers, investors, and consumers, but not as people. We do not have the luxury of turning our backs on Africa. We must abandon the illusion that we stand apart from Africa. We are not a European country at the southern tip of Africa. We are an African country, bound by geography, history, commerce, and destiny. If we are to have an honest conversation about immigration, we must ask why so many Africans leave their homes in the first place. As long as states remain weak, institutions are captured, and public offices used for extraction rather than service, millions of Africans will continue to seek opportunities elsewhere. Restoring institutional capacity and capable governance means building states that uphold the rule of law, provide security to ordinary citizens, and economic opportunities and confidence of their citizens. In a word, building credible and stable institutions. That is fundamental. The second challenge, of course, is conflict. In an age of drones and AI, wars are becoming easier to start and almost impossible to end. Every war without end, from the Sahel to Sudan to Eastern Congo, creates a wave of refugees and migrants forced to seek safety beyond the borders. The third challenge is economic. Africa needs a continental growth strategy equal to the scale of the crisis we face. We need a joint plan of action, which South Africa in particular and the bigger African economies need to play a leading role. We must exploit our advantages, the youth dividend and the digitization that is both connecting people and growing the economy. Our future prosperity will only be ensured by helping build an Africa that prospers together with us. Our markets are in Africa, our opportunities are in Africa, our future is in Africa. For now, we appear to have stopped the bleeding or slowed the bleeding. We must recommend the South African government for acting at least with determination on the 30th of June. But at the same time, we need to ask ourselves the question that this issue of these attacks and protests and the call for the 30th of June is made by non-state actors. That, I would argue, is a serious indictment to us as South Africans. That the whole country, the whole state machinery, even the whole fiscal structure of government gets redirected because a couple of populist non-state actors demanded that the 30th should be the deadline for foreigners. It said something about the state of the state. The task before us, therefore, is larger than restoring order. We must reinvent not only an economics of inclusion, but politics of inclusion, a democracy strong enough to defeat those who traffic anger and fragmentation. That is the South Africa our children deserve. That is the Africa we all deserve. And that is the future we must have the courage to build. Without courage, we will go down. Thank you.
Can I invite you, Mr. SABC, Jonas, can I invite you to take a seat on the stage and invite our facilitator, JJ Tabani, the well-known JJ Tabani, to spend a few minutes. He will ask one or two questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And to bear in mind, there's an overflow room, so we might ask them also to make some comments. But welcome to you, JJ. And two questions, and then open it up. The floor is yours.
All right. I don't know whether my mic is... Do you have a mic?
I don't.
Let's give... You can hear him. Yeah, but we are recording this, so if somebody can give him a mic. All right, I was told to ask two questions.
That was a good instruction.
Was it a good instruction? Okay, let me ask the first multiple question and then the second one. So I think you analyzed how we got here, right? And one of the things that interested me was your worry about the fact that this seems to have come from the ground. Seems to have come from the ground. You said you dismiss the fact that it's organic, right? And I think that's part of what the difficulty has been in terms of the national conversation. That people are saying, those people are funded, there's foreign agents. Can you just address that once and for all? I mean, is it simply our assumption that this could never just have come from the ground? In other words, right, the issues that people are raising about sharing space with migrants and so on has been fueled and exaggerated, not that it doesn't exist. Can you just deal with, so that's in terms of just analyzing the problem and its origin. Then I'll come to the second question.
I guess, I mean, the first point, though, is to firstly emphasize and probably acknowledge very strongly that the material basis of the protest, etc., are the structural problems we face as a country.
Yes.
So you can't escape that. I mean,
Yeah.
the levels of poverty, unemployment, etc., etc. In all jurisdictions, that is a good feedstock for populism, basically. So if you have a situation where exclusion is as high as South Africa, it is in South Africa, you have a situation where poverty levels are as high as they are in South Africa. If you have a situation where inequality is deep as it is in South Africa, you are creating a fertile ground for populism.
So we caused this ourselves.
That's the first part.
Before somebody funds it and exaggerates it.
So politicians, of course, unscrupulous politicians would offer simple solutions and to the problem, which is very complex. And of course, I mean, all those who think that South Africa destabilize or they want to support certain groupings within South Africa, they could find this easy to do. Because fundamentally, we all acknowledge, I mean, local government is dysfunctional. The state itself is having problems. The Motlanthe Commission shows us very clearly security problems that we have, etc., etc. You can list those. And of course, border management and of course, all other issues we have. Now, that's a very useful, fertile ground. And people will always find scapegoats. And I think foreigners and those who are different from us are useful scapegoats.
But do you think politicians are finding easy answers? Because remember that the whole issue of using migration as an electioneering thing didn't start now. There have been parties that for the last few years have focused on this thing, talking about mass deportation. I mean, since Gugu said the mass deportation is unrealistic, they will disagree with her because that's what they want. Statisticians generally saying that there are about 3 million, right, illegal immigrants. I don't know how they got to that number because those people are illegal. But he said it's those who agreed to talk to them about their illegal status. There are 3 million. So imagine those who have not agreed to talk to them, right? So it's clear that mass deportation, even Minister Lamola said they deported 500,000 people. Or 500. No, I think he said it's 500, not 500,000. 500, which is a drop in the ocean again. Am I right? Oh, he said they deposited 500,000. So, but even against 3 million, that's still a small number.
I guess, I mean, JJ, the point we're trying to make, you're dealing with a cyclical problem. We're now up in arms on migration. Tomorrow it will be something else. I mean, the point is the state has to function.
So it's not functioning.
It's not. My argument.
Can you be direct to say, have they mismanaged the migration issue?
I'm saying that there's general state failure on a key areas. I mean, economic growth has not been, we've not been doing well. Again, institutions have been weakened. Security, safety and security issues, and all these issues. If you accumulate, I mean, if you go to the township now, I wish I stay somewhere in the Eastern Cape. I mean, one of the things that really hit you in the face is that you can't even have a function. People are killed, I mean, generally. The trust in the police system is gone. I'm saying that all of these things, I mean, are a feedstock for populism. Whether it can use migration or whether it can use something else later. But until we focus our conversation on what is the shape and nature of the South Africa we want. And work towards that.
What is the courage we need now to solve this? If you're in government and you had to make a decision, President called a meeting, talked about a 5-point plan. We've had this many point plans many times, but in this case, he said, to me, it didn't come across as something radical that shows, immediate and fast action to deal with this. What would you do if you're in government to solve this?
I'm unlikely to be in government, but let me answer you. I guess I think the point I'm making is a simple one. Is that I think we probably need to move away from PR and trying to make sweeping statements. I think programs need to be embedded on solid plans, solid resources, and solid objectives and clear outcomes.
You don't get that sense that that's the case now?
I don't get a sense that we are there.
All right.
Maybe we'll get there. I mean, government has done certain things very well, for sure. I mean, but I think that if you take growth, for instance, in South Africa, I don't think we've had any solid growth narrative for the last 15 or 20 years. That's the reality. I mean, that's the reality. And again, I mean, we actually kind of swifted in a direction where we actually took the partnership between government and business as the solution. It probably might be a solution. But I think this problem is bigger than that. You need to think about how do you increase investment in growth. And that's the challenge we have. How do you build institutions, dispassionate institutions that execute the task?
All right. Hopefully, Minister Ramola can answer that later. But last question. How's the backlash like in your view? Especially you as a business, you are in Ghana. We've seen images in Ghana. I hope it's not recycled images where your business is being chucked out of Ghana. There's another business there. I'm talking about MTN, right? Our supporters of today here.
Look, I mean...
and then there's a mining thing that whose license, is being taken. Just talk about that as the last question. What is the backlash and how are you handling that?
It's very long, 2 questions.
Professional smugglers.
Look, I mean, I think the approach that most of the businesses in South Africa have taken, and I would speak for Sim also in doing that, and a couple of them. I think we've taken a view that says, if you are to succeed in any place of where you operate as a business, of course you get the regulatory license, but there's social license you pay. And that social license means you need to understand what is the social and development agenda of the nation state within which you operate. You need to see how you fit in within it. You need to see how you support it. And that's one part. The other part is continuous engagement with regulatory authorities, with the state, etc. And I dare say that most South African companies operating in the continent have done that well. Sim has not bribed me. They've done that well.
All right. Let's hear some questions from the floor.
We have time for one question.
Sure.
I'm afraid this is not an open democracy. I wish it was. But we're very short of time and we do have a long day. So one quick question and a short answer.
Firstly, congratulations to the Motlanthe Foundation. I've not seen an event this oversubscribed in a very long time. Mr. Jonas, you've been a government leader, you've been a political leader, you're now a business leader. As I listen closely to what we're hearing from Ghana and Nigeria, their major concern is the impunity in which some of the people trying to destabilize South Africa over legitimate issues, perhaps, no one is arrested. The police are walking next to them. Now, when I put this to Mr. Lamola's office yesterday, he said the reason for that was to try to de-escalate. We don't want a repeat of July 2021. But I'd like to hear your perspective on whether the law and order should be enforced more strongly, or if government is taking the correct approach.
Okay, I guess the point I'm trying to drive very strongly home is that law enforcement has its role. It's part of the solution, but it's not the total solution, in my view. I mean, you do need to start dealing with fundamentals. I mean, because we've been at this place before, and probably people were arrested before, but it doesn't solve the fundamental issue. And my own view is that, yes, we have to take a short-term view of stabilization, etc. But beyond that, we need to build on that and think about this thing in medium, long term. There are no simple answers, by the way. I mean, there are no simple answers, and I would be populist to think there are. They are not. I mean, these are complex issues, as it were. So I on one part, I sympathize with the view that arrest, but I don't think it solves the problem necessarily. I sympathize with the view that you need to manage in such a way that you create some stability and you can actually be able to think more strategically about moving forward. It's not a simple answer. That was a nice waffle, eh?
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking SABC Jones. It's now my pleasure to call the Honourable Ronald Lamola, our Minister of Durko, to come. Where would you like to sit, Minister? Would you like to give the speech here or there? Whichever suits you. Here we are. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. Former Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, Ms. Gugu Motlanthe, the trustee of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation, and all dignitaries who are here. Happy birthday, Mkulua. I'm honored to join you today at this year's Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation Winter Seminar. I am currently speaking on behalf of Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who was supposed to be delivering what I will be doing now. So if I praise you on his behalf. And also if I insult you, I also do so on his behalf. Let me start by emphasizing the importance of this seminar, particularly in light of the current situation that confronts our country. The migration-related challenges facing South Africa today require spaces like this seminar to debate and reflect on difficult questions, honestly, respectfully, and constructively. Indeed, the current wave of discussions around migration, border management, social cohesion, economic competition, and public service delivery has generated intense public debate. The issues we confront are complex, perspectives are firmly held, and emotions often run deep. That is why platforms such as this are essential to fostering meaningful dialogue. Migration is not something new, as Ms. Motlanthe has already said. People throughout human history have moved in search of safety, opportunity, family reunification, and a better future. At the same time, migration has often raised legitimate questions about governance, resource allocation, identity, and social integration. South Africa's history is characterized by movement, displacement, and the struggle for human dignity, as well as deep need for solidarity and the experience of exclusion. The birth of our constitutional democracy was rooted in the commitment to human rights, equality, and the recognition of our common humanity. However, it will be disingenuous to ignore the brutal realities faced by many communities. High level of poverty, unemployment, and inequality continue to put significant stress on households and communities. Jobs, housing, education, healthcare, and other public services are often scarce commodities, and feeling that they are not available to all fuel exclusionary politics, and sometimes populist one. In such contexts, migrants are likely to be targeted of wider frustrations associated with structural socio-economic problems. This reality requires us to bring honestly a nuance to the migration debate. On the one hand, we must resist simple narratives that seek to blame migrants for all our social and economic problems. Such perspectives ignore the complexities of our developmental problems and are likely to increase intolerance and social division. On the other hand, we need to recognize the legitimate concerns of communities about the effective management of migration, border security, the regulation of labor markets, and the capacity of public institutions. To dismiss these fears is not to forge social cohesion, but to undermine public trust. The challenge before us is not whether to choose between security and humanity or national interest and human rights. The real challenge is to implement policies that simultaneously promote all these objectives. This means that decisions about policy should be based on facts, not on feelings and emotions. effective and fair migration management requires strong institutions. It urges African nations to collaborate to address migration drivers like conflict, political instability, unemployment, inequality, and climate change. Most importantly, it requires an acceptance that migration cannot be considered in isolation from the wider developmental issues. The movement of people is often a symptom of deeper economic, political, and social conditions from where they come from. To get to sustainable long-term solution, we really have to address those underlying drivers. In this regard, we'll do well to reflect on the words of former President Motlanthe in one of these sessions, when he said, in a democratic era, I urge you to use the democratic institutions available to us to voice our grievances and demands. His words are particularly meaningful today. They serve as a reminder that the strength of a constitutional democracy is its ability to create space for engagement, to find solutions, and to find peaceful resolutions amid differences. These words remind us that even in disagreements, we have a responsibility to talk to one another in an evidence-based and a democratic process rather than exclusionary, intolerance, and division. The purpose of such seminar like this one is not necessary to arrive at complete consensus. Indeed, it is reasonable for people to disagree on many aspects of migration policy, but to come to some common minimum standards that can forge a way forward for our nation. Our willingness to engage with one another honestly, to test assumptions, and to deepen our collective understanding of the issues is of a greater value, as it enables us to progress from rhetoric to practical solutions. Speaking of solutions, what we need to understand is that migration challenges confronting South Africa cannot be addressed through South African solutions alone. Addressing this issue requires solutions that are specifically tailored to the realities of Africa. It is not feasible or sustainable to consider migration only for a national perspective. We need to strengthen regional cooperation, step up economic integration, and work together to create opportunities across the African continent. The Africa Free Trade Area remains a very important platform for us to build economic integration from and for trade to flourish. Our challenge is also to look beyond narrow national responses and towards a continental conversation based on solidarity, shared responsibility, and commitment to inclusive development. Only then will we have the chance to develop solutions that are effective and sustainable. In the current context, it is for the benefit of a greater continent, Africa, that we come together to examine the issues of migration into South Africa, not merely as a South African challenge, but as an African challenge. The pull and push factors, the root causes of this challenge, have to be openly engaged in a frank and robust manner by all of us in the continent. I want to conclude by just coming to the last question that has been raised. That we are encouraged by the work that has been happening within government to resolve this challenge. And we're also encouraged by the arrest in different provinces of individuals allegedly involved in intimidation, incitement, looting, business and house robberies, extortion, and damage to property. These include the arrest of 5 suspects in Limpopo who allegedly threatened a Nigerian business owner, ordered him to close his business and leave the country, despite Home Affairs confirming that his immigration documents were valid. 2 arrested in Limpopo for robbing a Zimbabwean national and impersonating a Home Affairs officer. 69 arrested in the Eastern Cape, in Jeffreys Bay, for looting 23 shops. 60 released on a warning, first-time offenders, 9 in custody. Previous convictions include robbery, murder, and assault. 4 arrests in Mpumalanga, eMalahleni, following spaza shops looting. No concern about irregular migration gives private citizens the authority to enforce immigration laws. Vigilantism has no place in a constitutional democracy. I'm giving some of these statistics to respond to the question by Harja, because this was also, now speaking as myself, an issue This also was an issue raised with me by President Mahama in Ghana, where I represented President Cyril Ramaphosa as his special envoy, that they have not seen any arrest in this regard, including the chairperson of the African Union. And here I am, I'm saying there has been arrest. Here are the details. It may not be enough, but there is work that the police have done to deal with vigilantism. And I also agree with Mr. Jonas that this is not just an issue of security. It's an economic, social, and political question that all of us have to address. The issue of cross-border economic integration, the AfCFTA, is the key platform that...
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Ishmael Yamson, Chairman of MTN in Ghana. Please welcome him.
Very much. Chairperson, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, MTN Board Chairman, and MTN President and Group CEO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've learned in my life that, particularly in my board career, that times come when you must have difficult conversations. And this is one of those difficult conversations that we should have as Africans. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to participate in this important dialogue on the future of our continent. And let me begin by commending the Motlanthe Foundation and the MTN Group for creating a platform that seeks to move the migration debate beyond fear, stereotypes, and crisis narrative towards practical solutions and shared prosperity. As Africans, we should remind ourselves that migration is not new, as you have already been told. Migration has always been part of the African history. For centuries, Africans have moved in pursuit of trade, education, opportunity, safety, and a better future. The challenge before us is therefore not migration itself. The challenge is whether Africa can create the conditions under which mobility contributes to development, productivity, integration, and prosperity. As a Ghanaian, I come from a region where human mobility has long been recognized as an economic asset. Across West Africa, the free movement of people has contributed significantly to trade, entrepreneurship, and cultural exchange. Markets, businesses, and industries have flourished because people, skills, and ideas have been allowed to move. Indeed, many of the most successful African businesses have been built by entrepreneurs who crossed boundaries, identified opportunities, and created value. To truly understand this, we only need to look at the historic trade routes that connected my home country with our neighbors like Nigeria and Niger long before. Ghanaian traders and Nigerian Yoruba merchants, often called the Anago traders in Ghana, built a massive informal economic empire based entirely on free movement. And I can tell you that there was not a single village in Ghana where there was not a Yoruba trader. And yet, there were no passports, visas, nothing. They were just part of the community. The traders would travel hundreds of miles across West Africa carrying Ghanaian kola nuts north into the Sahel and returning south with textiles, livestock, and spices. They did not have passport, corporate backing, or digital banking. What they had was trust, a shared entrepreneurial spirit, and the freedom to move. Along these routes, they did not just swap goods. They settled, learned languages, intermarried, and built markets like the famous Kumasi Central Market. They brought new agricultural techniques, introduced unique textiles designs, and created a vibrant cross-border banking system based on credit and honor. They proved that when West Africans cross borders, they did not bring scarcity. They bring a market. They prove that our mobility is, and always has been, our greatest economic engine. The lesson is simple. People move where opportunity exists. Our task is therefore not to stop people from moving. Our task is to ensure that Africa creates sufficient opportunity for its people wherever they may choose to live and work. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, whose secretariat is headquartered in Accra, provides perhaps the greatest opportunity of our generation. Currently, inter-African trade accounts for only around 15 to 16% of the continent's total trade, far below levels seen within Europe and Asia. And Africa offers us an opportunity to change this. But trade cannot flourish without skills mobility, infrastructure, digital connectivity, financial integration, investment, and social cohesion. Goods do not trade themselves. People trade. Entrepreneurs trade. Innovators trade. And ideas trade. The future of African integration, therefore, depends as much on people as it does on policy. Ghana's economic transformation agenda. As a member of Ghana's Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy, and unfortunately also a member of the Finance Ministers' Council, I've had the privilege of participating in discussions on Ghana's policies towards positioning Ghana for the long-term growth, resilience, and competitiveness. One of the central lessons from Ghana's development experience is that sustainable economic growth requires a deliberate alignment between macroeconomic stability, private sector development, human capital investment, and regional integration. Ghana's economic priorities are increasingly focused on several mutually reinforcing pillars, which are directed at restoring and maintaining macroeconomic stability, expanding industrialization and value addition, supporting private sector-led growth, accelerating skill development, advancing digital transformation, deepening financial inclusion, strengthening regional trade through the Africa, and building resilience against global economic shocks. These priorities are not unique to Ghana. They are increasingly shared across much of the continent. The question before Africa is therefore whether we can create economies that are sufficiently competitive, productive, and inclusive to provide meaningful opportunities for our people. Ghana has consistently demonstrated its commitment to aspiration. It is a practical necessity. No African country, regardless of size, can achieve its full potential in isolation. Our markets are too fragmented. Our infrastructure gaps are too large. Our development challenges are too interconnected. The future, therefore, lies in building a more integrated continental economy where goods, services, capital, technology, and skills move freely across borders. In Ghana, as elsewhere on the continent, we recognize that transformation will be driven not only by natural resources or infrastructure, but by people. In that regard, Africa possesses one of the greatest development opportunities in modern history. Today, Africa is the only continent where 70% of its people are under the age of 30. By 2035, over 400 million young Africans will enter the working market. Demographics alone do not create prosperity. Prosperity is created when talent meets opportunity. This means that Africa's future competitiveness will depend on how successfully we equip these young people with digital skills, entrepreneurial skills, technical skills, and leadership capabilities. The democratic dividend must become a skills dividend. And that is why the Presidential Advisory Group, of which I am part, has consistently emphasized education reform, technical and vocational skills, entrepreneurship, digital capabilities, innovation ecosystems, and youth participation in economic activity. If we fail to prepare our young people for the future economy, migration pressures will increase. If we succeed, Africa's young population will become one of the most significant sources of economic growth globally. And digital transformation is a national priority. Another lesson from Ghana's experience is that digital transformation is no longer optional. Digital transformation, the infrastructure, digital identity, digital payments, and digital skills are becoming fundamental components of economic competitiveness. The growth of mobile financial services, e-commerce, and digital entrepreneurship demonstrate that technology can create opportunities even where traditional barriers have existed. History teaches us that people move towards opportunity. Our responsibility as policymakers, business leaders, and development practitioners is therefore to create conditions in which opportunity becomes more widely distributed across the continent and accessible to our people. I had an honor of chairing a book launch last week, a book written by our Chief of Staff on the citizen expectations of governments. And I was actually surprised that the Chief of Staff, who occupies such a position, could come out and say the citizen experience throughout Africa, and particularly in Ghana, has led to so much disenchantment within our people. And I can say it's at the base of what we are experiencing in South Africa. Because the citizens' expectations have not been met by the government. And it is so in many, many African countries. When young people have access to quality education, productive employment, entrepreneurship opportunities, reliable infrastructure, digital connectivity, and efficient markets, migration becomes a choice rather than a necessity. They migrate because you deny them all these opportunities. And then we turn around and say, oh, all our problems are being caused by migrants. They are the criminals. We did it in Ghana before. In 1969, we sent over 200,000 so-called migrants who were the cause of all our problems and gave them 14 days. 14 days. Those days, no digitization, to regularize their stay or leave. and it was chaotic. 14 years after, Nigeria had their turn. They retaliated, sent 2 million Ghanaians home. And that's where we coined the term, Ghana must go. 2 million Ghanaians came home. From the perspective of Ghana's economic transformation journey, the lesson is clear. Sustainable development is built on strong institutions, investment in people, private sector growth, and regional integration. I know you want me to finish. The aspirations of Agenda 2063, Ghana's national development priorities and Africa Quadrilateral Free Trade, all point in the same direction. They point toward a more integrated, more competitive, and more prosperous Africa. An Africa where young people are equipped with the skills of the future. An Africa connected through infrastructure and digital networks. An Africa where entrepreneurs can scale across borders. An Africa where migration is linked to opportunity rather than desperation. An Africa that increasingly trades with itself, invests in itself, and believes in itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are a bit pushed for time, and the Minister has an urgent engagement. So we're going to ask JJ to just ask one question to each of the panelists, and then we'll hear from President Motlanthe.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me start with you, Ambassador. Quickly, what is the lesson? Ghana seems to have been very angry with what happened, besides sending a plane to take 300 people away. But you experienced the same thing in 1969, where you chased away the Nigerians. What were the lessons? Okay, whatever. I'm just summarizing. What were the lessons that you took from that era, and how you dealt with that issue that South Africa could learn from?
I think the first lesson is that chasing away immigrants does not solve the problem. It doesn't. If anything at all, it aggravates the problem. Because what it did was to create a tension, political Ghana and Nigeria. But for our people who trade across borders, they don't have any idea about it. This is the borderline or whatever. They get up in the morning, and they are in Togo, they are in Benin, and they are in Nigeria, and they are everywhere. To them, what the politicians were doing was completely out of place. And then, when Nigeria then sent 2 million Ghanaians back, for the same reasons, that Ghanaians were the criminals, Ghanaians were the ones taking their jobs, that the Ghanaians were the ones creating all the problems, it then became clear to both Nigerians and Ghanaians that that actually was not the problem. And the problem, if we have to find the root, is that those who we have given the opportunity to run our countries have not met our expectations.
Absolutely.
And that's why many young people are leaving.
Okay. Minister, your comment there about, especially linking to that comment, what then should countries do, especially those that are in regional economic communities, to try and resolve this issue, given these lessons that happened 30, 40 years ago?
I think the first issue is to implement the existing regional protocols. The Africa Migration Protocol, which calls for orderly, regular migration. SADC has got the same protocol in regards to the free movement of goods and people, which has not yet been signed by many member states. South Africa was the first to sign it. And we are now the chair of SADC. We have called on all the other countries to sign the protocol. And we're happy that Malawi is also taking steps to sign it. Given
now,
they are in the process, and I think when we go to Durban, they will sign it. They have started the process. So that migration is properly managed in a regularized platform, which is certain, is clear, it's orderly. Because the reality is that we are dealing with the challenge of huge influx on irregular migration that needs to be managed properly. And those protocols are aimed to do that. And the African Union had set a date that this will be assessed at some point. But this debate has been shifted because the root causes of migration evoke what everyone here has said. We need to deal with the real issues, the issues of democracy, the issues of political stability, peace and security. What are the root causes of all those challenges, which leads to people leaving their own countries? This is not an easy discussion at the African Union level. Yeah. So that is the second issue that needs to happen. We need to discuss that. We need to be clear in terms of what should happen with democracies, what should happen with peace and security, and that should be a discussion that South Africa welcomes, which has been requested by Ghana.
All right. I can't follow up because I've been straight with two questions. Let's hear a few. Oh, is that it? No questions from the floor.
Don't make me unpopular.
All right.
Can we thank our speakers, please? Thank you very much to both our speakers. And now, just a slight change in the program. I'm inviting past President Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe to come and address us, and then he'll join on the panel as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nick Binedell. English is a very difficult language. You know, in Botswana, they don't say past president. They say President Wamalova, yesterday's president. So allow me to stand on the protocol that is being established. Migration is one of the defining issues of our epoch-setting time. Mobility in Africa, in the world, is a long-established norm from the earliest days of human settlement, movement, and trade. At the International Labour Conference in June of 2014, the then Director General Guy Ryder said, "Migration is," and I quote, "a key feature of today's world of work and one which raises complex policy challenges," close quote. The world is grappling with innovative responses to this complexity, and much work lies ahead in this regard. The economic development of South Africa is predicated on the importation of slave labor, indentured labor, and migrant labor system on the mines and in agriculture. This was accelerated after the discovery of gold on the reef, the Witwatersrand, in 1886. South Africa's modern economy, and Natal, and more decisively from beyond the borders of what would later become the Union, that is from Mozambique, Basotho land, which is Lesotho today, Bechuana land, which is Botswana today, Nyasa land, which is Malawi of today, Swaziland, which is Eswatini of today. To secure and cheapen this supply, the Chamber of Mines built one of the most elaborate labor recruitment systems in the world. The Native Labor Department gave way to the Rand Native Labour Association, and then in 1900 to the Witwatersrand Native Labour Association, WENELA or WANLA, which recruited heavily in Mozambique, with the Native Recruiting Corporation, the NRC, recruiting within South Africa and the High Commission territories. Together, these bodies operated as a labor monopoly designed, in the Chamber's own words, to hold wages down and to eliminate competition between mines for workers. The system rested on two pillars that shaped South African demography and law almost for a century. The first pillar was oscillating migrancy. Workers were brought in on fixed contracts, housed in single-sex closed compounds and hostels, and then returned to rural sending areas, so that the worker was, in the words of one commission, quote, divided in half as a human being, a labor unit on the mines and family men in the reserve. By law, the gold mines were, until 1969, not permitted to provide family housing for more than 3% of their black workforce, and none at all to foreign natives. The second pillar was the integration of neighboring economies. The capitation fees paid by WANELA became a major revenue source for the neighboring colonial administrations, and mine wages remitted home underwrote the fiscus of the surrounding territories, binding the entire Southern African region into a single labor economy centered on the Witwatersrand. Two consequences matter for the present framework. First, the migrant labor system created a deep structural interdependence between South Africa and its neighbors that long predates SADC, and that helps explain why the Modern Act singles out the facilitation of regional movement and academic exchange, and why special dispensations for Lesotho and Zimbabwe have the character of trying to manage an old relationship rather than creating a new one. Second, the system was the seedbed of controls, pass laws, influx control, compound discipline that the Aliens Control Act of 1991 inherited, and that the post-1994 Refugees and Immigration Acts were meant to dismantle. The contemporary anxiety about foreign migrants from the region is therefore historically ironic, because those migrants or their forebears built the economy that now debates their admission. Trade and the role of South African capital. The clearest expression of free South Africa's continental role lies in the trade and investment. Roughly a quarter of South Africa's total exports go to other African countries. Trade with SADC members alone accounts for more than 80% of its intra-African trade, dominated by its customs union partners. Customs union is made up of South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini. When the Union of South Africa came into being in 1910, they also established a customs union. And of course, the citizens of Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini were not quite confident to go into the political union, and they adopted the attitude of wait and see. They wanted to see how their fellow Africans would be treated in this new union of South Africa. And I must say, to date, they don't seem quite confident that their fellow Africans are treated well in this Union of South Africa. Crucially, where post-apartheid foreign policy advanced integration at the level of states and institutions, it has been South African multinationals that articulate integration in practice, treating the continent as a single expanding market. South Africa's direct investment into the rest of Africa has run into the tens of billions of dollars, and South African firms typically maintain far larger continental footprints than their Western or Asian counterparts. If a single thread runs through this history, it is economic interdependence. South Africa's economy was not built beside the continent, but out of it, and it remains bound to the continent today, a fact that no immigration statute can sever, because the dependence began at the foundation. The Witwatersrand was made productive by labor drawn from across the subcontinent, and the wages, capitation, fees, and remittances flowed through the Wanela system, wove the fiscal life of the surrounding territories into the South African mineral economy. The interdependence did not end with the end of apartheid. It deepened and changed character. South Africa is the most industrialized economy in the region, and its principal magnet for labor, capital, and trade. Its banks, retailers, telecommunications firms, mining companies, and breweries operate across the continent. Its currency anchors the common monetary area. The Southern African Customs Union, the world's oldest, binds it physically to Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, and Namibia, several of which derive a substantial share of government revenue from the shared pool. Through SADC and continentally, the African Continental Free Trade Area, South Africa is both a leading source of intra-African investment and a principal destination for the movement of goods, capital, and people that the same migration debate seeks to regulate. This is the deep structure beneath the legal framework. The labor that migrates to South Africa, the remittances that flow, the markets that South African firms serve, and the regional fiscus that depends on shared customs revenue are all expressions of a single integrated economy that the colonial mineral revolution created and that post-colonial integration has formalized. The reform debate ultimately confronts this reality. A migration system can ration entry at the border, but it cannot disentangle an economy whose prosperity was and remains continental. South Africa's history is the story of a country made by Africa as much as in Africa, and its law of migration is, in the end, an attempt to govern that inheritance. This country was colonized from the 17th century onwards. Then it primarily drew European migrants. By the late 20th century, African migrants had replaced Europeans as the dominant migrant group in South Africa. Following the democratic transition in 1994, migration from other African countries increased exponentially, driven by economic opportunity. And here I think the words of the former president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, are germane. And I quote, "The forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart," close quote. Now, there is a Zulu idiom that I think is also proper to quote. And it says, "Isisu somhambi singangento yenyoni." Now, where this idiom comes from is that typically in an African village, when they see a passerby walking that way, they send children to go and call the passerby. Because the assumption is that this passerby has a long way to go and therefore needs some refreshment or food for the passerby to carry on the journey. And this idiom says the stomach of a passerby is in size equal to the kidney of a bird. And therefore it means regardless of how much the passerby can eat the food, in the homestead, he or she will not finish them. And it's the same rationale which informs hotels to have a buffet. So what I'm saying is the tradition was to send children to go and call a passerby for refreshments, on the understanding that the tummy of the passerby in size is equal to the kidney of a bird. So, the recent spate of demonstrations against so-called foreign nationals highlights the competition for limited resources and opportunities in South Africa's poorest communities. Given the structure of our economy, it is therefore imperative for government to always strive to be in charge as it responds to the cries of the unemployed, the poor, and marginalized sections of our nation. Failure to maintain authority on the part of government invites lawlessness and near anarchy with devastating consequences. And it is important for political leaders to know that they are not only responsible for the way they lead, but also for what is done by those they lead, particularly in times of crisis and upheavals. As we know, presently, the tourism and agricultural sectors of our economy are suffering. And yet, these are the key creators of job opportunities. And not job opportunities, jobs, actually. Because they rely on seasonal workers for harvesting and planting and so on. And so recently, I listened to the leader of the sugarcane industry, indicating that some processing plants may close down as a consequence of this Mabahambe issue. And as already stated, it would be a vicious cycle, because once factories close down, because the labor which sustains them, it leads to less jobs, more poverty, more unemployment, and therefore more stress. Well, as I conclude, let me conclude here. As I conclude, I would love to leave you with the following maxim, quote, political stability is a precondition for economic development, close quote. And I want to thank you for your kind attention. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have time.
JJ, please come to the panel. 2 minutes. I'm sorry we pushed for time. I think I'm getting the idea. If you see me moving anywhere, it's not good news. But I'm afraid we are pushed for time, and we do want to try and keep the program on time. I have to say, Mr. President, that was a very wide-ranging and thoughtful presentation. When I got up this morning, I did not expect to hear about buffets, but nevertheless, it was a great analogy. JJ, the floor is yours for 2 minutes. With the President.
All right. Thank you, President.
Thank you.
Just one question, because I want to really get a dialogue going with 2 or 3 people from here.
Okay.
So one question is, what wisdom can you share with those who are currently in charge, right, of this whole crisis, right? 2 legs. One, locally, what should they do internally in the country? And 2, what should they do jointly in the continent? I just need your wisdom, pearls of wisdom on those 2 things.
No, it's not wisdom, but what I can suggest is that they must step up to the plate. Because if the central authority takes leave, then, as we know, nature doesn't allow for vacuum. That space would be occupied by ordinary citizens and opportunists and all manner of creepy creatures.
Okay, so it's about the vacuum.
It's about the vacuum, that central government must step up to the plate. Because they are the central authority. Yeah. In the absence of that authority, you basically invite lawlessness, chaos, and anarchy.
And then regionally?
Regionally, as I was trying to indicate, that the economic structure is integrated. And so it's not possible for Botswana or Eswatini or Lesotho or Namibia or South Africa to go it alone.
To do their own thing.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take 2 or 3 and then ask the President to close. Yes,
okay.
Let's start there. Sorry, please give him the microphone.
Oh, here it is.
If you can help anybody.
Here.
Okay, proceed.
Oh.
And JJ, you are restricting the dialogue.
No, not me.
This foundation is known for dialogue.
The dialogue, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll try to be very quick.
Yeah.
Our brother from Ghana spoke about difficult conversations. Now that man sitting there will tell you that there has been difficult conversations amongst African countries, but they were managed in a particular way. When you remember Mkulula, when Madiba walked out after the Wipatong massacre, walked out of talks, Nyarara didn't shout from anywhere. He flew here, Mwalim, and said to him, Nelson, are you mad? You know, these white people have the capacity to kill your people. So next week they'll kill 50. The other week they'll kill 100. You go back to the table. That's the only way you are going to stop them from killing your people. So go back to the table. So that difficult conversation was had. Even on the business side, when the MTN senior executive, the late, may his soul rest in peace, Mkabisi, remember, President Obasanjo, they locked him up in Nigeria, you know, because we know his dislike of regulators, the late Swiso Dabengwa. It was not, you know, we were shipped off to Nigeria to have a difficult conversation. When the former First Lady, Grace Mugabe, took away land from Ali Mufuruki, Ali had invested in Mazowe, and she took the land away. You know, Ali came here to say, can you help? You know, it was a difficult conversation. It was the most difficult conversation I've ever had, 2 hours with President Mugabe, to tell him that his wife is lying about... Yeah, I didn't use those words. The person who sent me says you must tell him that the wife is lying. But I tell you, 2 weeks later, he ruled against her. He was still president of Zimbabwe. He ruled against my sister, Grace Mugabe. But the difficult conversation was held in a particular way. So what I'm asking is that this time we first heard from Twitter and the aeroplane dancing and all of that. What went wrong? You know, Matamela, why couldn't somebody say, Matamela, what is going on? Which is how we've always done it. The last quick, Kenya had a problem with elections 2017, you remember? So President Mahama was not in office. He's a Commonwealth leader. President Mbeki was the AU leader of the... So there was a big American, John Kerry. He was leading the Carter Center once. And, you know, Americans are... He's a good one. But Americans are Americans. You know, wanted to be in control of everything. Mahama and Mbeki huddled in a corner. I listened to the huddle. In 2 minutes, they got into that meeting and managed Kerry like anything. The Africans were so proud. And even the African Americans. So, you know, we have a history, Nkulula, of handling difficult issues. What do you think went wrong this time?
President?
Yeah. Well, as I said, it's the silence and the absence of our central authority, which, you know, allows things to ossify and become more difficult. Whereas if there's prompt response, response doesn't mean that you have all the answers. Just to listen is also a response, because you know you can then constructively come back with you know, the requisite answers to the burning problem. So I think if, of course, now we must recognize that government has woken up from its slumber, but it's unheard of that government can respond to an ultimatum from a citizen. It's unheard of. But, you know, so I think the lessons have been learned.
Even the people who are taking the people shall govern literally, yes.
No.
Go ahead.
No, thank you very much. My name is Batroko. I'm from the EPRM, Continental Secretariat. So I think the cardinal principle that is one of the foundational pillars of the African Union is African solutions to African problems. So if we check at the Africa Migration Report of 2020, it reveals that the bulk of migration on the continent, or the bulk of migration by Africans is on the continent. In fact, 80% of Africans migrate across the continent. They don't go to Europe. So the 2024 report, these reports are produced by the AU and the IOM. It reveals that political violence, instability, climate change, and some of the factors that the chairman of the MTNF highlighted are the drivers of migration. But coming to us as a APRM, in 2007, our review report highlighted the issue of xenophobia, the review report of South Africa, to be particular. But then 2007, 2008, the first eruptions of xenophobia took place in the country. But fast forward, in 2019, there were other eruptions here in South Africa in September, to be particular. And the PSC, the AU PSC, was seized with the issue. And it called on the AU, amongst others, to convene a continental conference on addressing the root causes of xenophobia, because it's not an issue that is very particular to South Africa. It's an issue that affects the rest of the continent. Then in 2020, the APRM, under the chairmanship of His Excellency.
Summarize your question.
Yes, I'm not. So in short, the African Union, have been seized with the issue. It had directed that we convene the Africa Migration Governance Conference to address the issue of migration. And as a APRM, we are working with the government of Uganda to convene the conference sometime next year. And we pledge to work with the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation, MTN, and the government of South Africa, and all the other stakeholders to address this issue continentally in terms of our principle of African solutions to African problems. Thank you.
Closing comment, President?
Well, you know, the issue of xenophobia, by definition, xenophobia simply means fear of strangers. And so if you have a fear of strangers, the people who are strangers to you are not necessarily, non-nationals. I'll give you an example. Here in Johannesburg, several years ago, during the floods, and the floods affected communities who live in shacks on the banks of the river in dry seasons. But now, there were floods and they were affected. So an emergency situation arose, and they were then relocated in Soweto, in a part of Soweto which is an informal settlement. And the people in Soweto, now Soweto is part of Johannesburg. Alexander Township is part of Johannesburg. So the people in Soweto said, no, these ones are not from here. They are outsiders, and therefore they are going to jump the queue in the waiting list for housing, for RGP houses. So, and people from the same city regarding each other as strangers. And that's my definition of xenophobia, basically. Yeah.
All right. Prof?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
President.
Thank you. Am I?
You are released.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. Can I ask our next speakers to please come forward? Excellency Sandra Kramer, Zainal Mantaha, and Nelson Mufua, and Mr. Brian Herman, who will facilitate. Yeah. So, hi, Sandra.
Hi. I am a good friend of this.
You are a good friend.
Yes,
of
and
this.
I hope to remain.
I hope so too. Yeah, use this.
Anyway.
You go first.
I'll sit here.
Okay.
Hi.
Can I use a mic?
You need this one.
Do you want me to? Is it in there? Yeah. All right. Nelson, how are you? Good. Ambassador Blaine. Nice to meet you.
The way the program is being organized is it is a continuous program. If you do need a biological break, do so. but we do have to keep the program rolling. We're already half an hour behind, so I need your indulgence and help in that regard, just so you understand. I'm sorry we have to keep the conversation truncated. It's the design of the program. We want to hear many voices about the topic. All right, so over to the panel. Who needs a mic? Well, let them speak in the order on the program. So okay. All right, can we just grab our seats?
Ambassador, you can go ahead.
So, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, Honourable President Motlanthe and also Mrs. Motlanthe, ministers, fellow ambassadors, high commissioners, but also business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I was asked to share with you something about the European Union experience with migration. And let me make one simple point. On migration, Europe has done its homework. About 10 years ago, and Mr. Jonas referred to it, when the European Union faced a major migration crisis, we took a great deal of responsibility, but without rules, without a system, and without control. And that produced political divisions amongst and between our countries. It eroded public trust, and in already uncertain times, poor migration management became one more reason why people felt they were losing control. So in the European Union, we set out to fix migration policy. And after years of difficult negotiations, and I'm talking about nearly a decade of negotiations, we recently agreed on a new set of rules called the Pact of Migration and Asylum. And it is in force from the 12th of June, so it's literally almost a little bit more than a month old. The new rule book makes procedures faster and more efficient. It protects fundamental rights, and that is what I want to stress in my intervention. It creates a fairer balance between responsibility and solidarity between member states of the European Union. Europe, of course, has been a long destination for people seeking safety, opportunity and a better future. And of course, Europeans too have migrated, often in search of safety or dignity. So we understand that searching for a better future is a deeply human impulse. Today, migrants are an important part of our societies, our economies and our single market. We want migrants and we welcome migrants, but we want migration to be lawful, orderly and managed, a little bit as Minister Lamola just said. We want people to come to Europe legally, to study, to work, to contribute to our economies and societies. And of course, we remain committed to providing asylum to those whose lives are in danger. Human dignity, international law and fundamental rights guide this approach. And this is exactly what distinguishes the European Union, and we should treat that as an achievement, not a burden. So what has changed? Briefly, 3 points. First, we're bringing the European house in order. The pact gives a stronger common framework, screening of arrivals, border procedures, clearer responsibility rules and practical solidarity for those member states under the greatest pressure at our external borders. For the first time, we also have a real solidarity mechanism to ensure that responsibility doesn't fall on only a few countries. Second, we're strengthening returns. A credible migration policy must also mean that those who have no right to stay must leave. And that is why the European Union is putting in place a common European system for returns with common tools, more efficiency and safeguards for fundamental rights. That is an essential part of restoring trust. And thirdly, we are clear that it must be the European Union and its member states who decide who comes to Europe and under what circumstances, and not migration smugglers or hostile state actors. Smuggling networks are multinational criminal organizations. They exploit desperation, they spread false promises, and too often cost lives. So if we are serious about saving lives, we must also be serious about breaking that business model. And there are results. 2025 is the year Europe showed that it can deliver on migration. Illegal border crossings are down by 55% over the last 2 years, and asylum applications are down by 21%. These are the results of joint work by the EU institutions, by European Union member states, and by our international partners. We're also investing in stronger and smarter borders. Our entry-exit system is being rolled out. It's the world's most advanced border IT system, and new technologies can help make procedures more efficient, reduce administrative burdens, and strengthen confidence that the rules are being applied properly. But putting our house in order is only part of the answer, because migration doesn't begin at Europe's borders. If one route tightens, flows move elsewhere. Smuggling networks operate across borders, and the drivers of migration, namely conflict, poverty, instability, climate pressures, lack of opportunity, lie far beyond the territory of the European Union. And that is why we work with partners along the whole route. We need to act early before people are pushed into deadly journeys through deserts and across seas. We need to tackle the root causes, support protection closer to home, fight smugglers, and work with international organizations such as UNHCR and IOM. At the same time, we cannot be naive. We need to be clear about Europe's interests. We expect third countries to cooperate on readmission of their own nationals who have no right to stay in the EU. Partnerships work best when they are reliable, practical, and based on mutual interests. This matters not only for border management, but also for peaceful coexistence. When migration is unmanaged, public confidence weakens, tensions rise, and criminals profit. When migration is managed fairly and credibility, space opens for solidarity, lawful mobility, and positive contributions that migrants make to our society. Let me conclude, Chair, to say that the question is not whether migration should exist or not. It will. It always will. The real question is, what migration do we want? The European answer is clear. We want migration that is lawful, orderly, and controlled. We want to offer protection to those who need it. We want to attract talent and support economic growth. We want to reduce irregular arrivals to a minimum and keep them there. And we want decisions on migration to be taken by democratic institutions, not by smugglers and traffickers. There are no simple solutions, but the European Union has reached a turning point, and we've now a stronger rule book, better tools, and a more strategic approach. We're looking in the right direction towards a migration policy that is firm, fair, and European. And that is the European Union experience I wanted to share with you today. And this is our approach, firm, fair, and grounded in our values, in fundamental rights and international humanitarian law. Thank you very much.
Mr. High Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. This is my first appearance at the KMF, so I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, Mrs. Motlanthe, for the invitation. My name is Zainal Arif Mantaha. I am the High Commissioner of Singapore. I've been here since 2021, at the end of Omicron, at the end of Delta and before Omicron. That's how I sort of describe my presence here. But in any case, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. I am also the Dean of the Asia-Pacific Group of Ambassadors, but I'm not going to speak on behalf of all Asian ambassadors, of course. What I will try to do is share with you, I think, 3 perspectives which are drawn from Singapore's and Southeast Asia's experience with migration and also of peaceful coexistence, which I think may enrich this discussion, which I hope will enrich this discussion this morning. The first perspective I'd like to offer is migration for us in East Asia is fundamentally a governance issue. Now, too often, migration is discussed mostly in terms of borders, of xenophobia, refugees, or labor markets, asylum, that sort of issues. Now, those are, of course, important dimensions. But in Singapore and elsewhere in Southeast Asia, we ask ourselves a more fundamental question. We ask ourselves the question, does the state have the capacity to manage migration well? Does it know who enters, why they come, where they work, how they contribute, and when they leave? Now, from this perspective, the debate is not so much about whether we should be open or closed. As Sandra has said, migration is here to stay. It has been here since time immemorial. It's going to continue, whether we like it or not. Now, it is about whether we can govern effectively or not. Quite simply, when governance is effective, migration becomes manageable. When governance is weak, even relatively modest migration can become politically explosive. Now, Singapore has learned that effective migration policy must move together with housing, education, healthcare, transport, skills development, and urban planning. As population grows, infrastructure and services must grow with them. Otherwise, public frustration will eventually be directed at migrants, even when the deeper problem lies elsewhere. I think this room is very much aware of that problem. Now, the second perspective I'd like to share for today's discussion is economic openness requires public confidence. Now, in many respects, as probably many of you would know, Singapore is a nation built through migration. Long before independence, we grew from a fishing village into a trading port, shaped by merchants, laborers, and entrepreneurs from many parts of the world. Following our independence in 1965, Singapore had few natural resources, a small domestic market, and significant unemployment. We recognized quite early on that our greatest resource was our people, the human capital, but also that sustained growth would require openness to talent, investment, and labor from abroad. In Singapore, we have a saying, talent has no nationality. What matters is the contribution that they can make. Now, as Singapore industrialized, foreign workers helped build sectors such as manufacturing, shipbuilding, and construction. Today's more diversified economy, foreign professionals and skilled workers continue to complement local talent and deepen competitiveness. Migration has therefore not been incidental to our development, it has been structurally important to it. But openness cannot simply be a slogan. It cannot just be an aspiration. It must be continuously earned, and the downsides must be carefully managed. Citizens must have the confidence that migration serves the national interest. Migration must serve the national interest. So it's not a philosophy, it's not a slogan. That confidence rests, in our view, on several principles. One, clarity about the purpose of migration policy. Two, fairness and consistency in the application of rules. Three, social investment in housing, education, and public services. And three, very important, restraint in politics, especially in diverse societies where irresponsible rhetoric can quickly inflame social fault lines. Public confidence in migration will be forged when it sees the migration complements, not replaces the local workforce. Employers who benefit from migrant labor must shoulder responsibility, comply with labor standards, invest in local skills, and use legal channels. And governments must be willing to adjust policies as economic conditions evolve. Migration management is not a once-off decision. It is a process of continuous calibration. Now, the third and final perspective I'd like to share is this. Peaceful coexistence does not happen automatically. Diversity by itself does not produce cohesion. It can be a strength, but only if it is matched by institutions, discipline, and a shared commitment to coexistence. Singapore's experience, peaceful coexistence depends on fairness, on credible institutions, equal protection under the law, and a political culture that does not tolerate the manipulation of race or religion for short-term gain. Integration must also be understood as a two-way process. Newcomers must make the effort to adapt to local norms and values, but host societies must also remain fair, confident, and welcoming to those prepared to contribute and to become part of a shared future. Remember, talent has no nationality, only contribution matters. Coexistence must be actively supported by policy, reinforced by law, and embedded in the very fabric of life. Above all, it must be defended by leadership. Once trust between communities begins to erode, the damage is not easily reversed. Suspicion grows, grievances deepen, and migration can become more than a policy issue. It can become a trigger. And that is why the true test for us of the state is not simply in managing calm, but in preserving confidence under strain. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Singapore's own experience has also shown that migration is closely connected to regional integration and development. Our domestic market is too small to sustain the level of economic activity on which our prosperity depends. Our future has therefore always been tied to the wider Southeast Asian region. Singapore has positioned itself not only as a national economy, but as a gateway to ASEAN and the surrounding region. I know South Africa has aspirations to be the gateway to the wider African economy. Now, migration has been central to the role that we have played. Professionals who understand the languages, business cultures, and regulatory systems of neighboring countries help firms expand across the region. Regional talent working in Singapore creates networks of trust and familiarity that facilitate investment, trade, and innovation. In that sense, ladies and gentlemen, migration does more than fill labor market gaps. It creates relationships. It turns borders from barriers into bridges. ASEAN itself reflects a pragmatic philosophy. It has not pursued unrestricted free movement, unlike in the European Union. Member states retain primary responsibility for immigration policy, while labor mobility has expanded gradually and cooperation has deepened step by step. This reflects Southeast Asia's own realities. Africa will, and quite rightly so, make its own choices. In many respects, your continental ambitions under the African Continental Free Trade Area and Agenda 2063 are even more ambitious than ours. But the lesson may be that mobility and integration work best when institutional capacity grows alongside them. At the same time, Southeast Asia can also learn from Africa. Africa has long engaged forms of mobility that are deeply social and historical, and has long upheld a vision of solidarity that transcends colonial borders. That is a valuable reminder that migration is not only about economics, it is also about family, culture, identity, and shared destiny. So the issue before us is not whether migration can be stopped entirely, as Sandra has said. It cannot be. Nor is the choice really between open borders or closed borders. That is a false dichotomy. The more meaningful discussion is between managed migration and unmanaged migration. Managed migration can expand opportunity, strengthen development, and support regional integration. Unmanaged migration breeds fear, weakens trust, and places social cohesion under strain. Ultimately, peaceful coexistence is achieved because governments build capable institutions, because businesses act responsibly, because communities remain open, and because newcomers embrace the responsibilities that come with opportunity. The Singapore experience offers the fundamental perspective that migration can be treated not merely as a challenge to be contained, but as a reality to be governed with competence, fairness, and foresight. When aligned with national priorities, supported by capable institutions, and accompanied by investment in local human capital and social cohesion, migration can strengthen both economic development and national resilience. That is why, at the bottom line, migration, again, is not only about borders. It is about trust. It is about resilience. It is about whether states and societies can remain open. The balance is not easy to strike, but it is necessary. But if we approach it with realism, with discipline, with dignity and mutual respect, and indeed in the true spirit of Ubuntu, then migration need not become a source of lasting division. It can instead become a measure of society's seriousness, maturity, confidence, and capacity to coexist in peace. Thank you very much for listening. Siyabonga kakhulu.
No, thank you so much for that. I'm Nelson Mufu, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, but I will be speaking beyond that capacity. But let me, of course, acknowledge Kulua and say happy birthday. It's always an honor and pleasure to be invited to contribute some reflections at this important dialogue amongst equals. Thank you as well, of course, to Sis, Big Sis, and Mengugu, and also the rest of the foundation. I indicated I wanted to speak not as the UN Resident Coordinator, but really as an African whose life has been touched by migration. I myself am a migrant. My family is dispersed across the world. I studied and worked across the continent and globally as well. and now I work for a global multilateral organization. And for me, the benefits and impact of migration is something that is palpable. And when we talk about migration, I look beyond the statistics and I see people. I see close ones, I see those who are privileged, and I see those who are not so privileged. And so as an African touched by migration, this conversation for me is really, really also important. And it gives me an opportunity also check my assumptions and to think about what is happening, not only in South Africa, but also across the continent. As we've heard, migration is something, and mobility also is something that our continent has been grappling with for generations, long before the modern state system. We traded, we sought family connections, and we transformed societies. And I would say we're all products of migration, including in South Africa. And so we've heard of the data that is reinforced the perception that Africans move more within the continent than externally. And I think that is also something that gives us the foundation upon which this conversation needs to be held. Because the deeper question is not whether people will move, as we've heard from Sandra, is that they will move. It is really about how Africa manages and addresses responsibly and inclusively the movement of people beyond a focus on movement of goods, which is what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is all about. So South Africa, and looking at the South African context as a major destination country for people on the move, and the reasons why people come to South Africa, the so-called pull factors. And it is important that as we acknowledge the pull factors, we also, as we've heard, look at the push factors and address them in tandem. And South Africa has a lot that we find commendable: a constitutional order and commitments to human dignity, equality, human rights, the value and norm of Ubuntu, as well as rule of law, which at times can be frustrating to others looking at authorities not robustly or actively managing a situation as they should, but what underpins that is the rule of law, and we also need to appreciate that. And so we've heard about the understandable pressures communities are facing across South Africa, and which we need to acknowledge, from exclusion, poverty, youth unemployment, but also a concerning breakdown of trust in each other, institutions, and political leaders. And that is something that is symptomatic across the continent as well. It contributes to the push factor as well. So we need to think about how we deal with this without succumbing to vigilantism and the stigmatization of a group of people who are part and parcel of each other. And so we've also heard, and I fully ascribe to this notion, that when the state is absent or not strong enough or present enough, it creates the vacuum, as Gulu has said, which has to be filled by vigilantes' agitation. So we need to think about how this is addressed in a way that we have a strong state that has the monopoly of enforcing law, especially immigration laws, and that a state that is visible and stopping people from harassing, stopping people from demanding documentation that they shouldn't be asking for, disrupting business, and taking enforcement into their own hands. Because it is no longer a migration issue when that happens, it is actually a rule of law challenge. And the more visible and consistent the response of legitimate institutions can be seen, the less space there is for threats, for fear, for misinformation, and unlawful enforcement, like I said before. And that's why migration governance matters. But, like I also indicated, this cannot be seen only through the lens of managing borders and controlling documentation. It needs to be seen through the lens of strengthening social cohesion, but also tackling the root causes that make people move in the first place. And this is something that, as a continent, we need to think about. And I see 3 shifts that could help us think about how we better manage mobility, so that as it becomes a matter of choice, not a matter of desperation or survival. And the first of these perspectives and shifts that I want to put on the table is one around we must move from reactive crisis management to people-centered migration governance. And migration cannot be approached without thinking about the responsibility of the state and the rights of people as well. And so the question is whether this can be done through a process that is fair, accountable, and placing human dignity at the center. We've heard about the importance of orderly, safe movement, but I want to bring in the notion of dignified movement as well. And I think that's really important to think about. And so it means that we have a system that has to be put in place that works, that manages documentation, manages borders well, pushes accountable enforcement, builds trust, but also deals with misinformation, because public communication and misinformation management is central to this. And secondly, I want to say, in my mind, it is important we treat mobility as part of regional development and integration, not as a separate policy silo, because Africa's future will depend on the movement of people, skills, values, cultures, beyond just goods. And also, it will depend on how we approach this leveraging innovation and technology. And so for the business leaders that are joining the conversation for me, the issue of migration for them is also one that is beyond just a social issue. It's also about an economic issue for them. It is about competitiveness. And no continent or country can industrialize, innovate, or trade at scale if talent cannot move. And we need to think about how the AfCFTA, that is meant to help us transform the continent, really looks beyond tariffs, customs procedures, and trade corridors to look at human capabilities and how that can be integrated and leveraged and harnessed meaningfully. So that would mean, of course, investing in skills recognition, ethical recruitment, labor standards, portable social protection, and regular pathways for work, study, and family reunions, because that's also important. And thirdly, I want to advance that it is important that we invest in social cohesion as deliberately as we invest in infrastructure or economic development. Peaceful coexistence does not happen automatically. We've heard that actually already. And it requires the leadership, it requires dialogue, even when it is uncomfortable. It requires trusted institutions. It requires harnessing the demographic dividend and the youth potential that we have. And it also means that we do not tolerate intolerance. And so it's about building this shared sense of belonging, which we constantly need to work at, and to look for how there's coexistence amongst host communities and migrants as well. And migrants in this case should also include refugees and asylum seekers, because they cannot be left behind. So that's why, for me, it is important that we all agree that dehumanizing language, misinformation, or scapegoating is something that weakens social cohesion, and we need to put that to the side and reinforce peaceful coexistence. And South Africa has traditions we can draw from and learn from. I mentioned Ubuntu, I mentioned the constitutional order, and also the spirit of dialogue, which is important for us to look at. So as I move towards my conclusion, I want to go to where I started. which is the fact that as a migrant, as someone who comes from a migrant family and who has children who are also on the move, this is quintessentially an African story for all of us. And as the former Ghanaian Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, reminds us, human mobility is a fact of life. Rather than trying to prevent it, we should make it work before it becomes a challenge that we cannot address. So the question to Africa is whether we can govern mobility in a way that protects dignity, and I go back to the word dignity, strengthens security, of course, but drives also shared prosperity. And if we do that right, then migration becomes a bridge, right? A bridge that connects people, societies, economies, countries, and interest. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to be able to offer these initial reflections.
Thank you so much. Nelson Mufu. My name is Blaine Herman. I'm the international editor at SABC, and just picking up on some of these important points in terms of migration and the topic of peaceful coexistence. Migration is one of humanity's oldest stories, isn't it? Long before passports, people were moving in search of safety, of opportunity, of building a better future. Yet migration today, it dominates the headlines. It tests diplomacy. It far too often divides communities. And I guess, as Nelson pointed out, the conversation needs to shift from whether people will move, we know they will, history has taught us that, to other more pertinent questions such as, how do we protect our borders without losing our humanity? How do we enforce immigration laws without sacrificing social cohesion? How do we, and I guess this is the umbrella question that we need to ask ourselves, is how do we use migration as a bridge to peace rather than a source of conflict? So that's the setup in terms of what the conversation is going to be today, albeit a short period. But maybe I can pick it up with you, High Commissioner, in terms of the trust element, the big T, as you say. Economic openness equals trust. But I guess communicating that at a grassroots level needs to be in a concrete and sustainable way. How do we do that?
Thank you very much for the question. In fact, it was, I can relate to you what Singapore's experience has been. In 2011, of the general election in 2011, the ruling party suffered not a loss of support, but a reduction, significant reduction of support. And that was that came after the release of a white paper called the National Population Paper, which envisaged Singapore to attain 6 million population by a certain date. But during that period of time, there were lots of discussions about the entry of foreign workers because Singapore signed a number of free trade agreements with a number of markets, under which Singapore was obliged to allow talents to come from these countries into Singapore. And Singaporeans were already beginning to feel that it was a different country because it saw people on public transport from different backgrounds, speaking very different languages. It was worried about the access to housing. It was worried about access to public transport, about the inflation rate. The reason why I'm saying all this is because even though for a country that has relatively managed immigration problems well, the moment people feel that migration doesn't serve their interest, they will complain about it. And they will start questioning or having issues of trust with the government, whether the government, in terms of it coming up with policies, have actually addressed the concerns that they have. So for us, that trust needs to be a regular matter of dialogue. And immediately after 2011 election results, Singapore started our conversation. I know some of you may not like to hear this. We had a national dialogue. A national dialogue to examine where Singapore stands vis-a-vis not just itself as Singaporeans, but vis-a-vis the migrant communities that are growing in numbers and growing in presence, growing in visibility. And those are some of the issues that we talk about at National Dialogue. We have very honest conversation about the concerns and anxieties about Singapore, from Singaporeans, about how migrants are fitting into the Singapore fabric of life. And that's the reason why I said that we've discovered that at the end of that national dialogue, we realized that talent itself has no nationality. When you can contribute to Singapore's national development, when you can contribute to the national project, you are very much part of us. You become one of us. And so that aspect needs to be emphasized and needs to be promoted. So the dialogue is necessary. So the trust element cannot be eroded. Once you erode it, then it's very difficult to rebuild it again. So it took us several years after that national dialogue to rebuild trust in the government's migration policy.
Trust on a community level is one thing, but also, Ambassador, the trust in terms of your partners on the continent, around the world. I wonder if the biggest lesson now in terms of diplomacy is where the perception now travels faster than facts. And how do you get ahead of that? What about, look, in 2015, we called that the migration crisis in Europe, put in a lot of measures in terms of border control, but also these agreements with other countries as well. What has been the best approach in order to get this regional integration on a level that makes a real change on the ground?
Well, thank you very much. Difficult question, of course, because there's different approaches wherever you are. But I think it's an important thing for the European Union to realize that we have common external borders, that whatever happens in France or Italy or Spain will have an effect on people in Denmark or Germany or Poland. So the strengthening of the external borders is something that I think is absolutely crucial, and that is where we made great strides. And then secondly, there's a lot of people who said it's perhaps not a migration crisis, it's an integration crisis. It is how to integrate people into our societies, people that have been there for years legally, but want to play a part. And I think more and more we see societies in the European Union that are very mixed, very balanced, very open, with very many people that have different roots. And as High Commissioner was saying, very different nationalities even. The Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands, who's also Minister of Defense, is from Turkey. The Mayor of Rotterdam is from Morocco. There's a new mayor. But so it's a very mixed continent, and we're very proud of that. But as I have explained, what we would like to do is always offer protection to those who need it. Always want to attract talent, also what Nelson spoke about, and support our economic growth, but to reduce the irregular arrival to a minimum. I think that is also something that is the discussion here, how to handle that. And lastly, and I think I said that clearly, but let me say it again, decisions on who comes into your country should be taken by democratic institutions, not by smugglers and traffickers.
Nelson, in order to have this peaceful coexistence, you need integration at community level. You need an understanding of the push and pull factors at a community level. As an African, how do you see it in terms of whether the world is now facing a migration crisis or actually a governance crisis?
It's easy. I would say it's a governance crisis because it's how we manage migration in a manner that protects rights whilst harnessing the benefits of mobility and the harm, as Sandra has also indicated, through trafficking and smuggling. So it's not a binary choice, right? It's really about, and I don't see a contradiction between effective migration management and governance with protecting rights and ensuring that the state has the monopoly of enforcing the rules and preventing vigilantism. And I think that's really important. And host communities also, of course, need to, at the UN we talk about durable solutions. And the durable solutions look at how you don't only focus on those who need protection, the migrants, the refugees, the asylum seekers, but you also look at how they're well integrated and the needs of communities, right? So we need to look at that in a holistic manner. And this takes dialogue, this takes engagement, and this, you don't just move people and put people into a community without engaging with the community. And if you're providing services to one segment of a community, make sure everyone can benefit from that and create shared prosperity. And I think that's really important.
Prof, I wonder if we have time to take questions from the floor. Unfortunately not. All right. No, it's fine. Thank you so much indeed for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Right, thank you very much to that panel. We are a bit behind, so my apologies again for not allowing more discussion. It's just not possible with the agenda. But we now move to the next panel, and I'm going to ask the speakers to come up to the podium. Delighted to welcome Minister Kubai. Welcome to you, ma'am. Great to have you with us. Ayabonga Kawe, Ralph Mopita, the Group Chief Executive of MTN, and Mr. Sim Shabalala, the Group Chief Executive of Standard Bank. Please give them all a big warm welcome.
Do we have a facilitator?
Do we have a facilitator?
I think it's you, Ralph.
Apparently we start from that side. Okay.
Oh, so... I think saying now. No, only the minister.
Apparently we can start talking.
I thought Ralph was the facilitator.
No, I'm not a facilitator. Yeah, you can start.
Okay, I'll start. Oh, okay. No, thanks. I'm not going to do the protocols, but safely just to appreciate the invite and appreciate the patron of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation, together with Siskuku. To me, is my former boss, so it's one of those. I have very few former bosses most of the time in the house, so I like to acknowledge, but let me acknowledge everyone who's here. The topic that we've been asked to deal with, and sincere apologies, I hate arriving late for events, and especially not to arrive and talk and leave, but to be part of the conversation. I had 4 pieces of legislation that I needed Cabinet to approve, which are critical. So I couldn't leave without that. So we have been asked to join the session, more specifically in my capacity as chair of the IMC on migration, but also as JCPS cluster co-chair, and obviously because most of the work as well will fall within my responsibility as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. And I want to start with the fact that our work is actually grounded in the Constitution, because constitutional democracy and the values guide us in what we need to do and how we should be able to do our work, because it puts more in terms of rights and responsibilities. But the major part of what the Constitution is about human rights. and therefore all of us having the obligation and responsibility to observe the human rights, but more so emphasizing that the Constitution remains the supreme law of our country, but also emphasizing the need for us to have a society that is built on the rule of law. So more around law and security, but also ensuring that we are able to deal with issues of human rights. But again, when we look at our founding policies and principles, it's around the issue of safety of all persons within the borders of the Republic. And that is what actually is the core of how our work in the IMC is done, and the approach that we have taken as the IMC to deal with migration is on that basis, but also around the principles and the obligations that we've been able to sign as a country. So it's the Constitution, it's our legal instruments, whether we call them the laws, the policies that we have, but also our international agreements. So we also look at, for example, as we look at since the dawn of democracy, that migrants and immigration has been part of us, and also that as South Africa, we've welcomed many people on our shores. And I emphasize this, that as South Africa, we welcome people and we continue to welcome people, while we remain with what we see in the flagging of headlines and all that. But the reality, we continue to welcome people on our shores. And that's why, from government point of view, our intention is to ensure that we deal with what is in the image. For example, when we were at the border in Beitbridge, at that time we were giving and we're looking at the statistics of how many people are leaving, but we're equally receiving quite a number. So in a day, for example, we had seen about 13,000 of Malawian nationals leaving, but we received 8,000 on the same day. And the difference is this, I hear you are laughing, but there's a context, and there's nothing wrong. It's correct. Because we are saying those who are leaving are illegal. So the ones who are arriving with their passport, there's nothing wrong. They are meant to be here. And that's the context of what we want to emphasize. That our borders are open, our society is open for those who are here legally. So the challenge that we have to consistently deal with, and in our articulation and in our speaking, is that the problem that we have to manage, and that is undesirable, it's the illegal part of it, the illegal migrants. But the ones who come within our shores legally, with their passports at their borders, with their full documentation, and within the stay that is allowed by the country, they should be allowed to. And the law says we must allow them to. And we continue to allow them to. So I'm emphasizing this point because sometimes there's a misunderstanding and misconception of how we manage these issues. We are above 60,000 of those who have left through the reparations alone. The team will release statistics again over the weekend. We now wanted to consolidate across the country to say, how many and what are the figures that we are dealing with in terms of deportations? And that will release over. So I thought it's important that as we deal with the migration and the position of government is understood from the context of saying, yes, we have a challenge in terms of migration, but the current activities are not state supported, nor state funded. Two, is that we are actually starting to emphasize the rule of law to ensure that people can be arrested, those who actually take the law into their hands to be able to do enforcement laws. We take a hit on this from South Africans because they're saying that, no, Minister, it means you are siding with non-South Africans. We're not siding with anyone, but there can be a country without laws. And when people don't observe the laws, it's a problem, because then you have chaos. So both sides, those who are within the borders, the message is clear, operate legally. Those who are within the borders of South Africa, whether you're South African or non-South Africans, the rule of law must be able to be observed. But again, the issue for us that we say it poses more challenge, and which are real issues, because what the Migration IMC has allowed us to do is to drill deeper into the issues. For example, last night we had a meeting with the metros in Gauteng, just to go make sure that government speaks in one voice, but there's consistency in how we deal with the issues, but we deal with the issues where South Africans are unhappy about. Because we had to go back and take a step back to say, what has led to the challenge currently? Obviously, it's because there are people who are unhappy in our communities. What are they unhappy about? The high level of crime, the issue of unemployment. And the other time somebody was asking me, you made this comment, I said, about infiltration of the country and those who want to take over and do regime change. I said, for me as a minister and as an activist, is that I've got to go to the root cause of the problem. What is the problem? And what becomes opportunistic elements that can be able to. So for you to deal with all the other issues, go to deal with the root cause. If you are vulnerable as a country to many things because you have social ills, then you become vulnerable to many other things that can happen. So that's why we must deal with the social ills. Deal with the issue of crime. Who is committing crime? Let's deal. Are we able to deal with those issues? Yes. Currently, with the Madlanga Commission, is assisting us to root out the wrong elements within our criminal justice system so that we can be able to rebuild. It's part of the work that government is driving. And therefore, then it means those that we arrest will be able to face the the justice, and face and we get justice. But similarly, we look at the issues around buildings that are hijacked, that makes it unsafe. So those are part of the issues. We've gone as far as looking at even the borderline. We've been to the borderline, and others will say, we have to do this because we have a challenge. And we were saying we must never be too hard, because many countries don't have the same problem. People will move out of that country to the other, and they find a person just register on a book, but they are going back. With us, when they come, they don't go back. So that's why the borders is needed. And that's why, because South Africans are saying, then manage migration. For you to manage it, you've got to build the border. So we'll also, we are announcing a 3-year plan of rebuilding our borderline across the country. It's going to cost us, we've done even the preliminary costing, it's about 10 billion that we need as a state that will be able to build that. It's the borderline, is the technology that we'll use of the drones, is the border itself where we are actually upgrading to ensure that it can deal with what we need to modernized and all that. But that is also not going to help us only to deal with the migration, but it will help us to deal with the illicit activities. The cars that are being taken out through illegal activities, as far as, when we went there, it's activities not only of movement of people, but of goods. So the groceries that are stolen, not paid tax, the illicit cigarette, the illicit alcohol that is being done. So we're looking at it from a holistic point of view to respond to the challenge, but we are also saying to South Africans, as we deal with this, we're cognizant of the challenges that relate to the migration, because others are opportunistically taking it. It's election year again. So you're going to have this, our analysis is that you'll have this until November, unfortunately, because there's election, because others have taken it as an electioneering point. And unfortunately for South Africa that has elections every 2 years, other people have harmonized their elections. It's once after 5 years. For us, every 2 years, we have some level of activity that happens. And politicians, like all of us, I'm a politician, we have to find a way of saying to people, must vote for us. And that's what becomes the issue that we've got to deal with. So I thought I should be upfront about it. And that's why our work, but our work as the MC is not only until November, is beyond, because we've put until this administration finishes. And the president has asked us to deal with all the issues. I know I can go on and on, because there's quite a lot of work that we have done as the IMC, I can tell you. We've gone from a point, because we've done the work streams. And this is about the work to be able to rebuild confidence in managing the migration, but to deal with it for once and for all, because we've had incidences and that ruptures. When I did the foreign correspondents interviews and dialogue with them, They said, but it's not the first time. You've had this in 2008, you've had this time. And that's why we're saying the IMC now, we want to deal with things once and for all and ensure that those weaknesses that have existed over years are dealt with. And that's why we go from the issue of legislation and policy to look at when we say we're not going to have refugee camps. And I think we had our UN representative talking about how do you integrate into community. The question that we are now starting to deal with is that if you're saying these people must not go to refugee camps, they don't qualify for social grant, but you are saying they can't do menial jobs, how are they supposed to survive? Especially the asylums and the refugees. And that's the question now that we are dealing with, to say, are we specifically going to be able to allocate the jobs that they should do, or the categories? Because now the population says they can't be even in spazas, they can't do jobs because it must be scarce skill. Now, ordinary those who have run away from conflict and are here on the basis of them being refugees and asylum, the ordinary would not have those high-end skills. So it will be entry-level jobs that they would need. Now, how do you ensure that we deal with it? Maybe as I conclude and I'll answer other questions maybe when I'm asked, just not to dominate on the mic. The issue of, it has become a passionate topic for me, that's why I can go on the whole day. The issue more importantly for me is the social dialogue. We can do as government, close the gaps, build the infrastructure, do law enforcement, unless we have a dialogue of what do we mean, why South Africans are at this point, but also educating South Africans about migrants, because it's not a South African problem and there's no country that can survive on its own and your own citizens without foreign nationals in a country. And unless we have those conversations, but others even go further. Sometimes we even ask, I know the dialogue's about, but why should there be borders in an African continent? These are colonial borders that were created. Today, in a democratic society, we are rebuilding them. But again, even our own identity. I say to people, every time I'm in global platforms, and I saw in social media at some point, they ask me if I'm South African, because they think I'm Kenyan, because Kenyans, Kubais are in domination there. They tell me I look like them. And every time I'm in global platforms, people come and not talk to me as a South African. They start talking in indigenous languages. Now, it's those conversations that we must have. It's conversations that we must have about our own identity, once and for all, about what we want to see South Africa become and the South Africa that we want, but also what does it mean for South Africa? Because they will complain about, I saw this week, Minister Schreiber talks about skills and fast tracking for companies. There's a complaint. Why must they come to work? Now, for me, it says there is a need for a proper dialogue with South Africans. Not only us in government, but broadly as society, to say what is the South Africa that we want to build. There is no country that can survive in isolation on its own. Our companies operate on the continent. Our people are doing business on the continent. Our people have jobs on the continent. Should they be chased as well? Because if I decide that actually this country will be better for me to go and work and utilize my skills, can we really go into the process where we say only South Africans must work in South Africa, only Zimbabweans must work in Zimbabwe, only Tanzanians must work in Tanzania? It can't be. It's not sustainable, but it doesn't help us in building the Africa we want, but also in terms of the Agenda 2063. Let me stop here because, as I said, I can go on, and maybe because there's no facilitator to even stop us. So that's why I didn't even know how long I had in terms of speaking, but thanks a lot.
Okay, the facilitator has shown up. Minister Kubai, I would like to confirm that yes, as a Kenyan, you do look like a Kenyan. And Kubai is a Kenyan name. I'll come back to that in a second, but since you're talking about South African companies operate across the continent, that's a good entry point for Ralph here to jump in.
No, thanks very much. And we're starting this soon.
you want to go first?
I'm happy to.
By all means, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ralph. I'm wearing the tie in honor of the great MTN. So thank you very much. President Motlanthe, Mrs. Motlanthe, Dr. Ishmael Yamson, and Mr. Jonas earlier on all spoke very, very eloquently about the growth imperative of what needs to be done to enable South Africa to grow in order to address a lot of the ills that are being spoken about, but in particular the ills that relate to xenophobia and migration. And Minister Kubai also spoke clearly about our terrific constitution, and she strongly implied that she agrees, and I happen to agree with her as well, with John Adams, one of the founding fathers of the United States and one of the authors of that great constitution. And I'm deliberately drawing parallels between that and our own constitution, which speaks, again, very eloquently about South Africa's rightful place in the community of nations and the fact that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. But the issue of the rule of law is fundamental to growth. Our country can grow at 4.5%, and I'm not mad in making that proposition, but let me make the case for it because it will also partly address the issues around migration. The World Bank says that corruption and crime now cost South Africa 10% of GDP. That is vast. It's 10% of GDP. That's around 800 billion rand per annum. The IMF says that if South Africa were to improve our governance to a point where it was just half as good as the average emerging market, just half as good, that our growth rate would be 5 to 7% higher within 5 years. Equivalently, annual economic growth could increase by as much as 1.4 percentage points over the medium term, and we would move from growing on our current 1.6 to 2%, would move in the band of between 3 and 3.5%. Further, according to the Bureau of Economic Research, completing Operation Vulindlela and its reforms to energy and logistics, and I look at my brother here, look him in the eye, could increase GDP by 1.5 percentage points. So 4.5 by 2030 is not a pipe dream. It's within our grasp. And so to echo President Motlanthe and Minister Kubai, we look to central government to continue and accelerate the necessary structural and regulatory reforms and continue to undertake and encourage and crowd in investment by buttressing the rule of law. So, turning to migration. Migration from a bank's perspective manifests in payments. And so our clients want to move money. They want to make a payment. They want to pay their family members, whether they be in Zimbabwe, Tanzania, or elsewhere. And so when people move, money moves. And that is where it begins and ends from a banking perspective. It is, of course, well known that our continent receives about $100 billion a year in remittances from migrants back to their countries of origin. And so for context, that is more than twice the amount that the continent receives per year in FDI. It's double. So those remittances are double what we receive in FDI. And it's 1.6 times the amount we receive in development finance. So the IMF and all the rest of them, it's 1.6 times those amounts. And so importantly, that total of 100 billion that we receive, 20 billion of that is internal to the continent. It's money moving between countries on the continent. And incidentally, in the case of South Africa, of that 100 billion, we receive $1.25 billion. So very roughly, 250 million of that comes into South Africa from other countries. So we get 250 million. And as for outward flows, South Africa pays out 1.5 billion a year to other countries. These are huge financial flows, and they represent immense self-sacrifice in leaving loved ones to go and find work in an unfamiliar place. And people spoke earlier on about the humanity of migration. This represents equally great self-sacrifice and discipline in saving money to send home. For the receiving households, these numbers pay for food, they pay for rent, for school fees, transport, medicine, and dignity. At the macro level, they support foreign exchange earnings and balance of payments resilience. So from the micro to the macro. We should honor what these remittances tell us regarding the courage and kindness of the people who send those amounts of money home. And we should honor the good that they do for the people of the entire continent. There are three major economic and commercial issues which closely relate to migration, broader than remittances. The first is the effect of migrants on their host economies. The second is the politics of it that was spoken about earlier. And the third one is the openness in general to flows of ideas, goods, capital, and people. One of the recurring claims in this debate is that foreigners take jobs, they lower wages, and they contribute little to the host country, in this case, South Africa. That claim is false. It is not supported by the data. It is important to be clear. The claim I'm making is not that migration imposes no adjustment costs anyway. It does give rise to adjustment costs. But the claim I'm making is that the net effect of migration in South Africa is positive. The point is made powerfully in a 2025 meta-analysis by Luz and co-authors in the 2025 edition of the respected journal, The Economist, and I commend that article to anybody who cares about that debate. The paper analyzes 41 studies, and they find that on average, immigration has a positive and statistically significant impact on the economic performance of the economies of the receiving countries, in this case, South Africa. Further, immigration tends to reduce unemployment. I repeat, it has the effect of reducing unemployment, not increasing it. This actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Migrants are not only workers, they're also consumers. They're tenants, they're commuters, they're savers, they're borrowers, they're traders, and they're entrepreneurs. They increase the demand for goods as well as the supply of labor. They rent rooms, they buy food, they use transport, they pay school fees, they start small businesses, and they create jobs for local people. In many settings, they also fill the shortages, they broaden skills, and they deepen commercial links between the places where they were born and where they now live. We should also say clearly that migrants also pay tax. Those are that are in the formal system will pay tax by way of employment taxes. Those that are outside the system will buy food, they buy petrol, they buy goods, they will pay VAT, and thereby contribute to the tax system. And so the claim that they have a diminution on the government's ability to serve citizens is not true. It is not supported by the data either. Let's move to MNCs. Ralph and I work for two great multinational companies. We are stewards at these companies. And we rely on the South African national competitive advantage to run our businesses. There are other examples, great companies, Goldfields, Sasol, Vodacom, Absa, First Rand, Shoprite, Spar, Aspen, MultiChoice. The number of companies operating outside South Africa is long and vast. I also want to emphasize that it is not only South Africans who do this. In fact, I was anticipating seeing Alhaji Dangote today. He too operates businesses across Africa. And so these entrepreneurs like Alhaji Dangote make investments in South Africa as well. The direct investment from South Africa into our continent is large. It's about 500 billion rand. And the investment from these entrepreneurs into South Africa is about 64 billion rand. And so as both my good friend Ralph and I can attest, South African companies rely on the trust and the faith of the regulators, customers, employees, suppliers, and governments across the many countries where we operate. In our case, it's 21. there really is a lot at stake. In the case of Standard Bank, we made 49 billion rand last year. Of that 49 billion rand, 19.7, roughly 40%, was generated outside South Africa. And for those civil servants that are present, I saw Busani a little bit earlier, we pay tax. We pay around 10.3 billion rand in taxes outside South Africa, and 7.7 billion here in South Africa. And so we are a truly African financial institution, as is the case with MTN. But for us to succeed, we rely on the trust and the reciprocity and the legitimacy in the countries where we operate. Lastly, the importance of regional integration cannot be underemphasized. The AfCFTA could improve trade by about $276 billion. That is a 45% uplift, and it could boost GDP by $141 billion. And so, Minister, the point is we need to execute that instrument as a matter of urgency. The last point I would make, in case people think that this problem and the argument is only an African one, I want to refer to a third world country. Sorry, some say the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, great country though, we all know that one of the main reasons why the UK left the EU was migration. They left the EU because of migration. As a banker, it's not my place to say whether or not it was good politics, but I can tell you it was thoroughly bad economics. Brexit so far has reduced the UK GDP by 6 to 8%, investment by 13%, and unemployment by about 4%, relative to having stayed in the EU. The argument applies equally for the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Sim. Mr. Ebonga, going next.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Larry, and to thank the KMF, President Wamaloba, as you said, and Mamukuku, thank you very much for the invitation. It's always great to come to not just to the winter seminar, but also to the convenings that the KMF convenes from time to time. And I think this one is a timely one. And so I want to thank you for the invitation. It's a very interesting discussion for me. I grew up, Minister, in the Eastern Cape. And I must tell you that I grew up with many people of Ghanaian origin, Ambassador. My parents are teachers, and many of their colleagues came in the late 70s and in the early 1980s from Ghana, such that when the reforms on citizenship that incorporated many of us who were born in the former Ciskei and Transkei, many of the people who were born around the same time from Ghanaian parents became South African citizens. And so if I think of the tensions between Pretoria and Accra at the moment, I think there's also something to be said about that as an inflection point in the global movement of Pan-Africanism, which has as its roots in the early 20th century, I should say, a very global exposition whose crowning achievement was in 1962 with the Organization of African Union. I say this because, in many ways, how we deal with this question has a massive bearing for the work that we do. I head up the International Trade Administration Commission of South Africa, and President Wamaloba had indicated that we are part of the oldest customs union that is continuous in the world. And part of our task at ITAC is to administer changes to the common external tariff of that customs union. I'm also worried that the March deadline of 30 June took the sting out of or took the shine from a SACU Heads of State Summit that happened a few days before that. And I would encourage many of the people in the room to read the communique that came out of that Heads of State Summit held in Cape Town. And some of the practical interventions, including the seeding of a 5 billion rand fund of funds aimed at identification of industrialization projects, outside of the Republic of South Africa in Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. I think it's important to say this because in many ways, the issue of migration strikes at the heart of our own understanding of the notion of a nation state. One of the things the Ghanaian immigrants or migrants, I often mix it up, taught us in the Eastern Cape was that Kwame Nkrumah really chastised all of us for this reproduction of very small, unviable states. And the proliferation of all of these small, unviable states, because he felt that that would curtail the ability to have an enduring and a durable development project on the continent. And in many ways, I also want to draw, because Sim next to me has started on the Brexit issue, from the preface of a book written by Progress Publishers, a book by Marx and Engels, but the preface is written by a British man. And the British man says, a nation seeking national freedom thirsts after politics and not economics. And I'm interested in this discussion that we've at least surfaced, President Wamaloba, the economic drivers of the problem that we have. That has made my work a lot easier, but I think it's important that we highlight a very important contradiction. Because in our other life, President Wamaloba teaches us, as Mao did, that every process, whether in the realm of nature or of society, progresses and develops by reason of its internal contradictions and struggle. So I want to share a contradiction with you. And it might come from a place many of us don't know. But a few weeks ago, I watched a news crossing from the South African Broadcasting Service, Broadcasting Corporation, I should say. And it was shortly prior to the 30 June deadline, where a young African man from Malawi was standing outside the Malawian consular office in Woodmead, telling news reporters that he had driven up a few hours earlier from Patensi. Now, Patensi, you might be asking yourself, if you've never heard of it, I don't blame you, because it's a small town in the Sarapartman district in the Eastern Cape, and it's known more for the export of citrus than any insurrectionary impulse. Between April and October of every year, the industry brings together a series of interlinked economic activities, and with it, many seasonal workers. The nearby valleys have been a site of the periodic flare-ups of tension between local and foreign workers over the last decade. However, to call this xenophobic obscures the economic features of this as a particular form of intergroup economic competition, with resulting expectations placed at the door of employers and the state. There were protests in nearby Kirkwood in 2022, where worker groups and community organizations accused networks of commercial farmers of stoking divisions by paying foreign workers to pick and pack citrus at wages below the then prevailing national minimum wage of 23 Rand an hour. 4 years earlier, in 2018, local worker groups supported by civics under Sanko had gone on strike for the national minimum wage. And Sim would remember that in 2016, about a decade ago now, at NEDLAC, we had all as social partners begun this work in earnest of introducing a national minimum wage. Alongside every one of these disturbances, we also hear horrific stories of employer deductions for lodging and transport that already erode the already meager wages of some of these foreign workers who come from Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho primarily. As we near the end of July and nearly a month since the March and March deadline, the exodus also extends, as Mkulua told us earlier, to other sectors. Cane growers servicing Tongaat's Maidstone Mill are battling to find enough people to harvest cane, and a media report quoting Pratesh Sharma, a sugarcane farmer, indicated that he also is battling to find enough people to harvest cane. This episode reveals features that often are overlooked as we discuss this matter in the public discourse. The first of these is that there's a contradiction in this universalizing idea of free trade. Or let me put it differently, the contradiction rests between the free mobility of capital, technology, information, and goods implied in the notion of free trade and even in our pursuit of the AFCFTA, because it's contradicted by an idea that this free movement can happen without the free movement of mobility in labor. So while the spine, and certainly of the butterfly strategy that the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition pursues in South Africa, rests on growing the share of intra-African trade. Many nations, South Africa included, consider restricting labor market participation by foreigners. Egypt mandates the employment of 9 local citizens for every 1 foreign national. Nigeria exercises an expatriate quota. Mozambique enforces a strict foreign labor quota. Gabon limits the hiring of non-specialist operational staff to 2%. The second contradiction is that what may erroneously be referred to as xenophobia is actually a pernicious form of inter-group economic competition, which arises from the revealed preference of employers in places like Patensi and Kirkwood for precarious and inadequately documented workers. Such contests are not unique to South Africa, with conflicts between low-wage workers for scarce, unskilled jobs in many cases being the 5 arena of intergroup economic competition that has been identified by Indian economist Pranab Badan. He draws on experiences from a diverse set of places, from Trinidad to Ivory Coast to Western Europe, and Badan observes these conflicts as processes that involve the following. Firstly, claims of preference in or mandated reservation of economic opportunities. This agitation for reservation, which is also broadly accepted in the South African White Paper on Labour Migration, coincides with the deepening, certainly in agriculture, deepening casualization of day work or piece jobs as a defining feature of work in agriculture rather than, say, established and understood forms of labor tenancy or other agrarian arrangements. These examples also indicate that migration is a global collective action problem. And I think for us on the continent, it is a collective action problem that has very peculiar features. Now, what is a collective action problem? It's a problem whose resolution can never be contained in any one economic actor, unit of production, or even any one nation state in this case. But it is also a collective action problem, precisely because the national minimum wage system that we worked on a decade ago extends to all workers. The National Minimum Wage Act of 2019 does not extend to only those who have a green barcoded ID or a South African ID card. And I would imagine, Kulua, that this places an obligation on the labor movement to extend its organizing traditions towards all workers who work in the South African economy as a mechanism to undermine the adverse bargaining outcomes for many foreign workers within the South African labor market. I come back to the gentleman in the news crossing who stood outside the Malawian Consular General's office. He is one of over 42,000 Malawians who had been processed for deportation and repatriation by the 11th of July. He is one of the dramatis personae in a story that extends from the kitchen of our homes to little-known places like Patensi. He is also one of the many lives sandwiched between the pursuit of profit from precarity and frustrations over the elusive promise of change. Lastly, I do want to say that I'm in agreement with many who are saying the debate is not about autarky. We're not here to put up borders to isolate ourselves, but it is about regularized and managed forms of migration that avoid, as the Brazilian scholar bureaucrat Roberto Mangabeira Unga indicated, it is to avoid the sudden unbalanced forms of the flow of workers and working people, absent of compensating initiatives or any other mechanisms that would be able to link the organizing traditions of the labor movement with rapidly changing economic and development profile of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're up, Prof.
Well, I need to start off with acknowledging Kulua and thank you for convening us. And happy birthday. As my chairman said, it's a little bit of a distinction to have your birthday the day after Madiba. And Cisco, as always, thank you again for your keeping us honest, all protocol observed. His Highness started off by admitting that he's a migrant. And I want to also admit that I'm a migrant of 35 years in South Africa. I arrived here just before the dawn of democracy, and I saw the change of the democracy as a young student at the University of Cape Town. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm from a part of Zimbabwe that is on the border with Mozambique, and my surname Mupita means the one who moves from place to place. Kupita kupita. Kupita kupita is a person who moves from place to place. So I have relatives that I know of in Malawi, in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Angola. So the Mupitas have been long-time migrants. But I've settled here by choice, and my in-laws are here from Limpopo, and one is sitting right there, so I best be on my best behavior. Chichi Maponya is sitting there, and we're still delivering cows all the way from Honde Valley, to Limpopo. So it's who I am. I'm an African. And I happen to be an African who is a steward, as Sim said, for an organization that was birthed in South Africa, as we've understood from our MTN history. We hope it's correct. If it's not, we will continue to believe it's correct, that one of President Mandela's first acts was the issuance of 2 mobile licenses. And therein was the birth of MTN. Started here, but has grown to be a truly Pan-African organization. Sim spoke about how much money Standard Bank makes South Africa and into the rest of the continent. MTN today only makes 18% of its earnings in South Africa. We make 82% of our earnings ex-South Africa. So by nature, we are embedded into the organization of, into the continent. Nigeria alone, we have 90 million customers regularly using an MTN SIM every day. In Ghana, it's over 30. And so it is our lived experience, this sense of Pan-Africanism. Bringing it back to the migration issue internal to MTN, I run an executive committee which is more than 50%, slightly more than 50% non-South Africans. We have a South African running our South Sudan operation. We have a chief technology officer in Uganda. Our head of Cameroon is from South Africa. And so we've had this tapestry of interweaving South Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians into what we hope is almost a seamless tapestry of the continent. And we believe that it is a superpower in terms of how we're able to navigate some of these challenges, but also importantly, the opportunities that come with the digital economy. So a couple of comments from my side. I think much has been said already about the fact that migration is part of who we are as people more broadly. And I was recently in Spain, and the national dialogue in Spain has been about immigration and how to regularize these illegal immigrants. And following the news flow, there was a point that 2.1 million illegal immigrants showed up when there was an amnesty put out by the Spanish government to say, can all the illegal immigrants who have no police record and can show that they have employment, we are going to give you a 1-year visa continuous work extension as a practical measure towards managing these issues of immigration and so forth. Switzerland is dealing with an issue of saying we don't want more than 10 million people. We're at 9.1, and we're going to start monitoring and so forth. So I use those examples to say there are issues around migration and immigration everywhere in the world, and there are unique solutions. The solutions often are difficult. And as we come back home to our continent, our own solutions will have to be unique and to the circumstances that face us. Starting with potentially some areas of finding solution. I think some of this has been said already, so I'm just amplifying it. I do subscribe to the point of view that the way to think our borders, we've got to think about it differently in this digital economy world that we live in today, and look at the borders actually as opportunities to engage. And with the digital economy that we're all fast moving into, it knows no borders. The internet knows no borders. Information flows easily. Payments flow, yes, regulated by through the banking system and so forth. And Sim raised a couple of points around the fact that migration is actually additive and can drive economic growth. I would add another, which is a digital economy is an accelerant to growth. And it is an accelerant to growth where there's the biggest analog deficits, where there's the deficits of infrastructure, road, rail, etc. And India was a country that embraced this digital economy very strongly in about 2014, when Prime Minister Modi spoke about the need of a digital ID as one of the most important things. Everybody has to be, in India today, everybody has a digital ID. They've put digital rails, payment rails, and made it so low cost that everybody, even in the informal economy, are transacting digitally. And they, of course, use the mobile phone. The mobile phone has become a marketplace. An informal trader, no matter where they may be, on the phone, all of a sudden has the whole world as their marketplace. They can be in a village in Kumasi, in Ghana, but they have a phone connected to the global world, and the whole world is their marketplace. So as we start thinking of solutions and finding our own unique answers, I would put forward that the acceleration of building a truly digital economy on this continent is going to be a prerequisite of dealing with our migration and illegal immigration issues. I'll put that as one of the first things that we need to look at. The second, and I think it's obvious, and Nkulua spoke about the needing to act. The African Continental Free Trade Area and the protocols that it puts forward, I don't think anyone can question. There has been no questioning around what has been put forward for us to achieve the Africa we want, Africa 2063. And 2063 is coming up very quickly. It was once a 100-year dream, but as you get closer, the urgency needs to rise up. And I would argue that let us not waste a good crisis, which we do have right now, and lean into developing these protocols, bringing them in, all supported by the digital economy. The final point I'd make, just mindful of time, is a much softer side. And the former foreign minister of Nigeria, in one meeting, he raised this to me when we were discussing a few things. And we're talking about South Africa's history with Nigeria, and he spoke about, in the 60s and the 70s, the sense of the frontline states, and how they, as Nigerians, had to give up quite a lot in the way that they were taxed in contributing for the fight against apartheid and other regimes, including what was then Rhodesia before it became Zimbabwe. And he says we often forget culture, history, and the importance of telling history. Where have people come from? The interconnectedness of all of us, and that as business and government, we should be part of bringing people together, and to create more cohesion is history and culture, and telling the history and culture where people come from. It creates an environment where people do not feel the sense that you are so different from me. And that's an area, and I think it was raised before, around arts and culture and the role that it can play to make us all come together. Those are my closing remarks, Larry, and over to you.
Thank you, Ralph. Awesome. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My name is Larry Midowo. I am an international correspondent at CNN. I, too, have moved around. I used to live here. I used to live in the United States. They kept saying, go back where you came from, so I did. I went back to Kenya, where I'm from. But my day-to-day job is I lead our coverage of Africa, and I spend 70% of my life traveling within our continent. And what I can tell you is that Africans are outraged at South Africa. There is a sense that, why are you sending away our people? I was also outside the Malawian Consulate General the day before June 30th, speaking to some of those Malawians who are getting repatriated back and hearing their stories. Many of them here came looking for opportunity, came looking for safety, and some of them have lost everything to go back. We spent the day in Soweto with the protesters, Operation Dudula and March and March. And on 30th June, we spent a whole day, 12 hours walking around with the marches around downtown Joburg until I think like 8 p.m. And we heard from people who are upset about what they see as unchecked immigration and the fear for jobs, for crime, for drugs, and all of that. So I've seen this story and heard from people on both sides of it and know why there are legitimate concerns about immigration that they feel is getting abused by people who are essentially taking advantage of the generosity of South Africans. So that's the context for what I ask in these questions. I'm going to just ask one question to each of them, and then you'll have some chances in the crowd. Sim, first of all, have you seen any major hostility in your businesses across the continent, and how are you navigating that in this current moment when there's a lot of people who have very strong thoughts on this issue?
Briefly, yes. The hostility is profound. It is profound, it is pervasive, it's visceral. The way we've dealt with it historically at Standard Bank, however, is that we run operations that are inextricably intertwined with the societies where they are, similar to Ralph. Our chief executive in Ghana is Ghanaian. The bank in Ghana banks, the minister mentioned earlier on that one of the people he spoke to said, why do you think I'm against South Africa? I bank with a South African bank, Stanbic Ghana. And the chairman, bless his soul, used to be the chairman of Standard Chartered. So we won't hold that against you, Chairman. Standard Bank was part of Standard Chartered until 1988 when Standard Chartered sold us. The point I'm making is that our entity is seen as a Ghanaian entity. Likewise in Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC, if you ask them, is this a South African bank? People will say, no, it's a Nigerian bank. So it's by making sure that you are alive to the political economy, you are inextricably intertwined with society, you abide by the laws and regulations of the country, and you are respectful of the culture of the environment where you operate in.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. And Mr. Ayabonga, you mentioned a bunch of contradictions which are maybe difficult to take in this moment when there's so many strongly held views, both by South Africans, by other Africans, when you see these strong statements from Nigeria, from Ghana, countries repatriating the citizens, Uganda, Kenya, Mozambique, etc. How do you feel that, how do you work a way forward when people on both sides are so deeply held in their views and they feel like the other side is just not listening?
Well, is that not precisely the point? That the unfortunate part of leadership is that it doesn't always give you a steady hand or a steady set of water for you to navigate. We are in choppy waters, and I think the fundamental feature of that contradiction is that we're making considerable progress on the AfCFTA. We're busy part of a process now of finalizing the tariff concession of South Africa, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia into the AfCFTA, hot on the heels of Phakelum Tagati, Jacinta, and Gizwe Mchunu doing what they are doing. And I think what it does require, though, is the extent to which we can stretch and bend the institutional framework we have, whether that is within SACU, whether that is within SADC, and even indeed at the African Union level. And I think the Minister Lamola spoke earlier about how do you give life and flesh to the AU migration protocol and place corresponding rights and obligations on state actors across nations. But I think, Larry, there's also a role for yourselves. You are media workers. There's also a role for cultural workers, because the best way we're going to resolve this is through people-to-people solidarity. You're not going to win it in air-conditioned rooms with nice communiques. You're going to win it in communities where we begin to fashion a very clear sense of the bonds of solidarity that bring us together. Let me give you an example. Before 1990, many of the people from Malawi, Mozambique in particular, would have lived with us in our townships. Multiple generations of them. But something happens on the 27th of April 1994 in how we fashion the idea and conception of a nation state in our national question that effectively untethers them from a nation-building project in particular ways. And on top of that, they then become adversely integrated into labor markets. So I think there's also a missing actor in the discussion, and that missing actor are employer organizations. I'm interested to hear from employer organizations and the labor movement to what extent is this flare-up an outcome of a flare-up in the cauldron of the workplace? Because if you speak to the people you spoke to on the 30th of June, there are two real nubs of the issues. Leave the one that they are taking our girlfriends and our wives and all of that. But the main one really is about a struggle and contestation regarding micro-enterprise in the informal and formal sector. And the second struggle is the intergroup economic competition in the labor market. And so I'm interested to hear, for instance, in the upcoming Congress of COSATU, to what extent this question of organizing inadequately documented workers looks like. Because then in doing that, you would have equalized, from a regulatory vantage point, a wage floor beneath which no one can earn, and I think you would have dealt with some of the competition in very particular ways.
All right, thank you. I know you said we should ignore that, but unfortunately, there's no greater motivator to go on the streets than removing the competition for wives and girlfriends. So, all things taken in context. Minister, there seems to be a concerted effort within some African nations to isolate South Africa and paint South Africa as xenophobic and Afrophobic. And I think the South African government is actively pushing back against that. But I want to follow up on something you said about infiltration and people interested in regime change. Can you say more?
Look, the issue for me it's yes, there is isolation, but also there's solidarity. So there are countries that are coming forward to say we understand what you are dealing with, and therefore we'll support you. And there's been emphasis on those others who say, please enforce the law. Let's see, we don't say that as South Africa, don't enforce your migration laws, but make sure that it's not vigilante groups, but it's the law enforcement. So that message has been received quite strongly, and because Minister, I hope he did deal with it. He's been doing some work on the continent. He just arrived back, and that's the message as well he gave us, which we also want to deal with intensively. But there's been issues. Remember the law that currently, and this is the context that we always say, what you can arrest a person for and prosecute has to be a case that will succeed, or when you arrest, it must be a case that has prospects of success. So, for example, currently you do not have legislation that deals with incitement of violence. It's what I have to deal with, and we will be releasing that legislation soon. So that it's not only those who are found on the streets to have done something, but an instigator can be successfully prosecuted. So we're dealing with it, and that's why one of the areas that we're dealing with is within the law, the legislative and policy reforms. So we're dealing with that area, and that's the feedback. But another analysis is also around, you note that over time on the continent, the harmony was because majority of the countries were led by liberation movements. So as this changes, even the dynamics changes. So liberation movements would understand the plight of solidarity and working together, which over time, as countries change in terms of leadership, that is not there. So few countries today are led by former liberation movements, and also those who have been frontiers of the struggle on the continent. And that's what we've got to understand, that context. Somebody asked, I said, but when you look at issues and what South Africa has to deal with globally, and what South Africa plays a role in terms of the continent and global politics, because we've got to understand that geopolitical environment, analyze it properly and understand if I am standing not to benefit from what South Africa pushes on the global space, what would be my strategy? My strategy as well will be to remove South Africa from that influential role. One of the issues of undermining South Africa will be for South Africa not to be seen as the champion of human rights, as we have consistently been seen, and therefore weaken that voice of South Africa in the fight. And our fight is not only about the people of Palestine, it's not about, it's the Saharan people. It's on the continent we've been able to raise our hands in terms of being mediators, and even in terms of quite a number of areas that we've been able to drive. So it's that context that we've got to. But I always say, don't look at it from a point of those who infiltrate. Look at the point of where you're saying, what is the source of that infiltration, and deal with it. Because a person who comes into a country will have to find your vulnerable point.
Right.
And they will utilize that to be able to destabilize you. So South Africa has to deal with its weaknesses, economic growth, grow economy so that people can find jobs, deal with the issue of crime so that South Africans can feel safer, and therefore no one will be able to mobilize them against the state for anything.
Minister, we agreed earlier that we're having uncomfortable conversations, so can you just name these infiltrators with your full chest?
I'm a minister of the Republic. I still have to hold diplomatic
Fair enough.
stance.
I tried. It's not for lack of trying. And finally, Ralph, when you make 82% of your earnings ex-South Africa, I imagine you probably, of all business leaders in South Africa, consider this an existential crisis, because if this were to go out of hand, then you're looking at the huge part of your balance sheet that's threatened.
No, look, I mean, and I think my chairman spoke about the way we think about the business that, yes, we are, headquartered in South Africa, but we're a Pan-African organization, and we're local in each market. You see our local chairman, Dr. Yamson, is here. And so we have a local character and the nature around these things, and we have relationships, and we talk to the authorities and make our own representations around who we are and the contribution we make. I just wanted to echo one of the things that, to amplify a point that Simra's raised, there is outrage out there. And if I look across my markets, the 3 markets where there is outrage, it would be Ghana. I'll go in order of kind of noise decibels. It will be Ghana, it's Uganda, we haven't spoken about Uganda, and it will be Nigeria. So actually Nigeria, the conversation is one. When the returnees came back, our team were quick, and we gave them, they have nothing now. So we gave them data. We gave them a few gigabytes of data to use, just to give them something, because they've lost everything. We can't solve the whole situation. So we've tried to find local appropriate ways for us to show empathy. We're not a government. We don't have law enforcement capability, but it's about empathy. The modern corporate has to show empathy. Our dear minister here called us one day and said, listen, at the border, there are all these people, they have no food. The gift of the givers doesn't have a budget. They phoned us. We said, we can't, it's an empathetic statement. It's not about us trying to get into the position. So you've got to, we've got to integrate ourselves and show ourselves up. And they understand. I mean, in Nigeria, we are 11, 12% of GDP in terms of our economic contribution. And we have a normal dialogue, and they understand that, our participation as MTN Group matters to the nation state. So we're managing. I think the point that I would make is that we must not let this crisis go to waste. Never lose a good crisis, as they say. And some people say make a good crisis bigger than it is, because then you can solve more problems. Because we have a lot of problems to solve, so here is the opportunity. But as MTN, we're managing through this, and feel pretty confident.
All right, fantastic. I think we might have room for 2 or 3 question stops. No? Google says 2. Two only. Okay. I was looking in her direction to overrule you. I'm just kidding. Please get a microphone to... Sir, over there, yes. There's one behind you, real quick. It's coming, sir. It's making its way. Short and sweet, please, so that we keep everybody happy.
Thank you very much. My name is Kizito Kechoku, Executive Head at 22 on Sloan. So maybe, Ralph, we must take your cue from this, maybe make a crisis bigger than it is and create some solutions. The question to all of you on the panel, especially maybe the minister, will be the role of AU in all this, right? I mean, we've seen this international, from what happened in Russia and so on, and the United Nations couldn't do anything about it. And what is happening in Africa, where some of our leaders are also not doing what they're meant to be doing locally, and that is why people fleed for flew away for economic opportunities and so on. What is the role of AU in all this? Can we not create a system where AU actually overrules how leaders overstay their welcome in countries and actually enforce certain measures? I don't know. Maybe that is the bigger crisis that Ralph is talking about.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, go ahead. Okay. We'll take them together so we answer once and leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Omano Edigeji. I think my question is to the minister. I want to take up from where the advocate spoke earlier. If the continent is fighting, who benefits? Whose agenda is this fight? And Minister, I should say this. I have listened to some not very diplomatic language from South Africa and from the rest of the continent. And I ask myself, where is the elder in the room? So an appeal that I will make to you and to all African leaders is cool the temper. Find a way, speak behind the scene.
All right.
When Africa is in flame, there are some people that are celebrating somewhere, and it is the continent that we suffer.
Thank you, sir. Minister.
Let me start with the...
It's on, yeah.
Okay. Let me start with the first question. One of the mistakes we must never do is to want to dictate to citizens how they must run their countries. Because every country's sovereign is important. Like we say, South Africa is a sovereign country, we don't want to interfere. Now, if you go and the countries feel better and comfortable with a particular leader and how they should run, I don't think it's only in the continent where we've seen people run more than one term. It's everywhere globally, it's there are examples. And therefore, sometimes we make that mistake to think that it's only on the continents globally. But I think the importance that we must emphasize is the governance systems. It's not the leader, it's the systems and the rule of law, upholding the rule of law. When they say this is the constitution, they must uphold it and ensure that within that country there's prosperity, there's growth, there's economic opportunities for their people, and also the issue of jobs. And that's why we talk about the pull and push factor. When we deal with the issue of migration, we say, what is the driver of migration? And I include it with the AU issue. So we've said to the continent, there's been requests that South Africa must come and account. And we said it shouldn't be an issue of dealing with xenophobia, because we don't believe South Africans are xenophobic. But we must deal with the issue of migration and also its impact. So what causes migration? Why are people fleeing their country? What is happening in that country? And how do we solve it? And also, those of us who are receiving countries, how do we deal with the issues and the policies and the rule of law in those? If we have that balance, then we are fine. We had to put together a report, an action plan report, as a national action plan, a report that says this is what South Africa in terms of dealing with all forms of discrimination, because it might be about issues of discrimination in terms of nationalities, but there's also discrimination on the basis of gender or sexual orientation and all those things. So the continent has to deal with issues of the form of discrimination holistically. The second area you're asking about, where is the continent? We've been again requested by the African Union Human Rights Commission to provide a report. We have as South Africa. And we've highlighted all the issues, how we're dealing with it, and also what we think the continent should be in terms of the position of the continent in how we deal with the issue. The issue, we've identified them. Silencing the gun on the continent remains critical. As long as there's people who are displaced, they will continue to run away. They will continue to leave their continents in terms of, because they become refugees, they become asylum. Secondly, is the issue of economic development. Majority of the people that we have are economic migrants who are looking for better opportunities that they can't find in their countries. And that's why issues of African free trade, issues of working together as a region in SADC, for example, the SACU and all those things, so that we can be able to see. If you look at the South African industrial, I think you spoke about it just now, the issue of South Africa taking a butterfly approach through trade and industry. And part of that is about industrialization. And we are saying let's not only focus on us as a country to industrialize, but also what are the opportunities and how do we ensure that the region itself is stabilized. It's also ensuring that there's economic growth. We do believe that once we do that, then you'll be able to see clearing of the tempers, because the major issue of the battle is no longer about political freedom. We've fought that battle, we've won it. Majority of the countries, almost everybody is politically free. What currently it's about economic freedom, where majority of the people on the continent, including in South Africa, who do not feel part of their economic activities, as long as South Africans or Africans are feeling economically excluded, will continue to have these challenges. And that's why the holistic challenge, the holistic approach of dealing with all those issues will assist us in dealing with the problem. That's why when I started, I spoke about the socio-economic issues. Those are the drivers. Whether you go in terms of crime, whether you go in terms of displacement, including this migration. People move because there's no war in Malawi. But the problem there is that there's no economic opportunities. But again, the last point I want to say, if you talk to people in Mozambique, for example, and we were talking about this as we engage, I would relate better with Mozambican because I'm Shangan. So when you listen to people who come there, when they grow up, and whether wrongly or rightfully, when a person grows up and work, they say go to school so that you can go and work in South Africa. Fambatira Joni. Now, is that wrong? No, I don't think so. But the issue is because that concept has been born because it's realization that there are no economic opportunities in Mozambique. Therefore, economic opportunities will exist in South Africa. So that's how we should be able to deal with those issues holistically and respond to the challenges. Then we'd be able to have a better region, better country, better region, and better continent and world. Thanks.
All right, thanks a lot. I think that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Minister, gentlemen.
Thank you to all of you. A very fruitful discussion. We are a bit behind, but we are now going to have the final panel. One of the members of the panel is not with us, but let me call up, I see Tessa Dooms is here. She will be facilitating the panel. Mike Fraser from Goldfields. Ambassador Kinsley Makubela from Risk Recon. And Mtembeni Moyo from DSDV, who is a lawyer. Their topic is creating an enabling investment environment.
Okay, sure.
This is on yet. There we go. Good afternoon. We are in the graveyard shift of this gathering. So I know that it's going to be pretty much of a slog to keep everybody focused because we stand between everyone and lunch. But this conversation at the end today is to try and connect what has been a conversation about law and politics and macroeconomic policy with the question about what we do in terms of interventions on the economic level in order to address the crisis that has emerged and, of course, all of the underlying issues as well. And so I am going to ask my panel to introduce themselves as they give their opening reflections and opening remarks. But just wanted to say, as we connect the previous discussions to this one, is that on June 30th, when government was heralding that because the day had not descended into the kind of chaos that people were dreading, the 2021 type chaos, that we had somehow, it was a victory, albeit small. And something occurred to me about that is that because 2021 had such a big impact on the economy, we saw businesses, we saw malls, we saw that big, I think it was at some point in the billions, that was lost in the economy that day, that we saw it as a victory because there was not this big economic impact, but there was still a big impact in terms of social cohesion, in terms of violence, intimidation. And so perhaps what we're dealing with here is not so much a comparison to 2021, but more 1991, where it was about the social fabric of our country amongst black, oppressed, and marginalized people that were feeling the greatest effects, rather than on the business side. And so how does business meet the moment that is not necessarily hitting business as hard, but is hitting local communities and individual poor and marginalized South Africans in the country? So I guess that's the bridge that brings us into the conversation. So Mike, I'll start off with you, and you can just get us into the conversation. Yes, they'll introduce themselves. Yes, so they're going down the line.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you can hear me. So my name is Mike Fraser. I'm the Chief Executive of Goldfields. I'll talk a little bit about Goldfields in a minute, but I just wanted to thank former President for hosting us, and congratulations on your birthday, and thank you to the KMF for putting this event together. It's truly a privilege to be here. So what I'm going to talk about today is a little bit about doing business in Africa. And in particular from the context of us as a mining company and what mining can do for Africa in particular. But before I do that, I just wanted to put a little bit of story about Goldfields because it's relevant to the conversation we're in. So Goldfields, as you know, is one of the oldest mining companies in the world, over 130 years old, proudly started its life in South Africa. Today we're a global business, so only 13% of our earnings are from South Africa, but our primary listing is here, our home is here. And what we've been able to do is to grow our business for the benefit of everyone globally through using the talents and expertise that we have. And we have a business in Africa as well, so we have a very strong presence in Ghana. And clearly what we're dealing with today and the challenges in South Africa, as Sim has shared, are truly amplifying our experience in Africa. And after 30-odd years of operating in Ghana, we're truly experiencing a watershed moment about whether we even welcome in that country, which is truly remarkable, actually, for a country that has had a company that has a pretty material impact on that. And before I jump into what mining and what doing business in Africa could be, because I absolutely do believe there's a high road opportunity for us, we almost got to reflect, well, what's causing some of the tensions that we have? And when I reflect on it, I think firstly it starts with scarcity. We're dealing with a continent that has still deeply embedded inequality, deeply embedded areas of high unemployment, real social needs, whether it's infrastructure, access to social infrastructure, just dealing with poverty and lack of scarcity. In many respects, that then translates into fear. What does that mean for those that may be grasping the opportunities that I'm not getting access to? Again, at a national level, through the political structures, that often creates a situation where we're building walls around us rather than building bridges. And certainly, when I think about what will drive value for all of us, is where we can build bridges and create abundance through shared partnership. So, but on that negative framing, that really becomes situations where countries become very, very insular, become very short-term, and actually start focusing more on rent extraction than growing the pie, as it were. So the case that we certainly drive very hard is to say for countries in Africa The real opportunity is how do we create an open economy where we become open to investment. And that investment doesn't just have to come from Western investors or Eastern investors, as it were, but we have balance sheets that we can put to work in Africa for the benefit of Africans. And that's probably one of the biggest limiting factors that I think we have. I've spent nearly 3 decades working in this mining industry across multiple continents. I've worked in Africa, in different countries in Africa, in the Americas, in Asia, and Australia. And the one thing that I've absolutely become passionate about is seeing the impact that mining can have, not just for shareholders, but when it's done well, it creates jobs. It has real positive impact in communities. It creates opportunities for infrastructure development and becomes truly meaningful for national development. A statistic that's interesting for many of you, we now today, after a bit of a challenge in the last 2 years in Ghana, run one very significant mine in Ghana, producing 500,000 ounces of gold per annum. That single mine generates 5% of the fiscal take in Ghana. And it's a remarkable number, but it just shows you that with growth and endowment, we can actually share significant value. The other thing, a statistic that's important to know, in Africa, we hold about 30% of all the world's known reserves of all commodities, of mineable commodities. That's significant, but we punch below our weight in the output of that commodity. We are globally endowed with specific things like gold, platinum, copper, cobalt, in particular those things that are required for critical mineral extraction. We know the world is got significant needs. We're seeing this rapid energy transition taking place. We're seeing a real demand for critical minerals as technology advances, and particularly the evolution of artificial intelligence and the requirements for chip production, data centers. We've got a real opportunity to fill some of that gap. But what it does require, and what we've got to do, is convert that geological advantage into output. And the only way that we're going to do that is by building bridges, collaborating, using the skills, the resources, and the people that we do have in Africa to actually compete externally and stop fighting amongst each other to stop ourselves from being competitive globally. We've got to find that pathway, and it comes down to leadership. We've got to find a way through the leadership that we can demonstrate to compete externally and use this geological advantage, the capabilities that we do have to become a producer for the world. I absolutely do believe, therefore, that mining can be a catalyst for growth. It can be a catalyst for opportunity. But the only way that we do that is by building those bridges, stop ring-fencing ourselves, stop creating walls amongst each other, but build deep trust so that we can leverage the greatest capabilities that we have together to deliver value. One of the most important things, however, and even for us as a publicly listed company accountable for shareholders, we have to deeply think about how we allocate capital and where we allocate capital in our business. As it's happened, whilst we have a global mandate to invest, Africa only represents 30% of our business today. And the reason for that is when you start looking at risk and the allocation of capital, very often investment committees start saying, well, what certainty have we got? We can do the economic modeling around an outcome, but the single biggest thing that often undermines investment decisions is the policy certainty that we have within countries to ensure that we will have sustainable returns on those investments as we've determined. And sometimes that's the biggest challenge again, coming back to this framework of uncertainty that gets created when we go through these short-term cycles of increasing rent extraction. We invest for multiple decades, not for the term of a political party in each country. And very often, that's the beast that's often missed. So the biggest question for us is, are we clear about the runway we have in terms of building that return? And I think so, the other thing that I'll just share is we've got a very young population. Africa has got an amazing opportunity. Of the 1.3 billion people in Africa, over 30% are under the age of 30, or 50% under the age of 30. And that creates a real opportunity and obligation for African businesses to invest in skills development, create opportunities for this youth to grow, build skills that they can actually take to the rest of the world. And if we can do that, and we can invest in the human potential that we have got, we can take away some of this fear about there being not enough jobs available to us. So we certainly believe that business has a real opportunity and a role to play to create these opportunities for growth. But it does require a partnership with governments, with civil society and communities to work together to create this growth opportunity. So from where we sit, we see huge opportunity, but it does require partnerships and working together and creating stability for future investment.
Thanks so much. Dr. Makubela, you'll enter the fray at this point. Mike was just talking now about reducing fear around scarce opportunities through migration. I know that you've thought about that also as well, so maybe that's also something you could reflect on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Kingsley Makubela. For all my sins, I've been in the public service throughout my life. So some of the criticism that I may raise about leadership, they may date to my time. So, Njanku, maybe the chickens are coming home to roost now. Last night, 2 Saudi oil tankers were shot in the Red Sea. Last night, the Ansar Allah in Yemen declared that they are going to prevent Saudi Arabia from selling oil. That takes away about, I think about 4 million barrels of oil per day that ought to go into the market. Last week, the port of Fujairah in the UAE was hit, and it prevented the sale of another 6 million barrels of oil into the market per day. So you have 10 million barrels. The Strait of Hormuz, it's under strict control, no movement of oil, no movement of goods and services. Now the entry into the conflict by Ansar Allah, then it means about 10% of the global logistics is going to be interrupted. The Europeans are getting their crude oil, I think 21% of their crude oil moves through the Red Sea, through the Strait of Bab al-Mandab. When this crisis was looming a few years ago, because what we do at Risk Recon, we look at political risks and economic risks and conflict risks, which is where a little bit of strength we have. We try to raise what we were seeing with the government, Minister, to say this is what we are seeing. And the alternative that South Africa could really help is looking into building capacity along the Cape of Good Hope. But that required a lot of investment. So when this war was raging, when the Red Sea was shut down, some of the ships were diverted through the Cape of Good Hope. But there was no enough, Mr. President, institutional capacity to be able to cater for that. And we thought South Africa could make a huge contribution in terms of the global logistic and ease some of the global economic challenges we were seeing. But that did not happen. We didn't invest in that. I don't know if there's any need to keep on investing in terms of shipbuilding, servicing of ships, providing all the logistic that is required for the movement of ships and goods and services around the area. That's where the challenge of leadership then comes in. And I think the challenge, the crisis that we have in this country is leadership. Everyone has spoken about this leadership in the morning. We we're not dealing with this crisis at a very strategic level, given particularly the emerging multipolarity that is starting to emerge and the sources of power in a new multipolar world has basically moved away from the concentration on three fundamental issues: the military, the size of economy, and the technology. Iran has shown actually that the logistic or the geographic location can provide a strategic source of economy to bargain with the rest of the world. Even though the Iranians are using cohesive part of it, but there's a softer part in terms of this power that can be projected in terms of bargaining. And I think that's where, in terms of the leadership, we're losing the strategic focus to start building strong sources of power within the continent. I don't see a single country that can project power to negotiate and exchange interests with the rest of the country, with the rest of the world on its own. We need a pooling together of resources within the continent. And that's why, Mike, what you're talking about, the challenges around the mines and so on. And of course, the message that we're getting coming out of the continent that South African companies are likely to be pushed out. It's actually 80 feet of intra-African trade that strengthen the consolidation of the African agenda. So I think if there's anything that really, Minister, needs to be attended with necessary agency now, and I've never been a friend of special envoys, Minister, I'm sorry, but this time around I feel very strongly that there's a need to send special envoy to different regional groups to precisely explain this question of migration. You know, I just want to come back to the question of the migration and the bigger picture that earlier on Ralph and everyone spoke about. It's an identity crisis. Once we've dealt with, as South Africans, we've dealt with expelling everyone else, we're going to scavenge on each other's carcass within this country. And we're starting to see rudimentary approaches to that. So ethnic issues would surface more. Because ethnic conflict is all about resources. And particularly when resources are becoming scarce and the economy is not growing, this conflict is likely to accentuate. The Europeans have taken a very firm stand in terms of preventing access of migrants, particularly African migrants, legally or illegally. They've shut down their borders. They've just passed a legislation about 3 weeks ago. The Americans have done the same. So we are likely to see, I'm afraid, we are likely to see new centers of both legal and illegal migration emerging within the continent. And South Africa is not an exception. You're going to see the same in terms of Kenya. But the question is how these issues are going to be managed. And it appears there's no leadership to think beyond that. I mean, Umcebisi raised an issue about intelligence. I'm not sure about intelligence agencies, but I'm definitely sure that there's an invincible hand that is playing a crucial role in fragmenting the Africans, because there's a bigger quest for key resources within the continent to drive this new emerging multipolar world. And a unified Africa that can use its resources to bargain is not good for those who are seeking these resources. I mean, take Namibia, our neighbor here. They produce about 11% of the global uranium. Kazakhstan produces 70% of global uranium. And I tell you why, in my own view, the Russians still keep on playing a crucial role in the defense of Kazakhstan. It has to do with that. The Americans are sourcing their uranium there. The Americans are sourcing 60% of their enriched uranium from Russia. So they are likely to go into a serious conflict with them. But you can see this emerging multipolar world that looks into strategic resources. But where are we? Why are we standing as a continent? We're fragmenting along on this question of migration. And I must say, in the last few years, I've been in the public service since 1994. until I retired. We used to have periodic periods where actually farmers from Zimbabwe would be employed, or laborers from Zimbabwe would be employed by farmers during plantation and during harvesting. But once harvesting is finished, the police will be called to come and take them off because they're illegal immigrants. So we've never provided proper safety networks for people who are basically running away, some of them from serious persecution, some of them seeking economic prosperity. So we've never dealt with that. So at a political level, there's a need, really, I do think, for government to start having some level of compassion. The discourse around the world, Larry would attest to that. It's not the argument that South Africa should keep on having people within its borders who have no documents, who can't be identified at all. It's the manner in which non-state actors have taken the responsibility of the state. And the question here, quite honestly, is that there's some level of atrophy that is filtered into the state institution, particularly within the justice system. And that's why you're seeing all this courts and commissions. I mean, it's as if South Africa, it's a crime scene. There are a lot of things that I discuss on every day. It's the private sector taking over the responsibility of the state that is creating a huge problem. And we're unable to really distinguish that. That's why people are able to go to certain houses and point out to say, so-and-so, it's a foreigner, it's here illegally, and the police would follow that person. It's creating serious credibility for the country. And I think that's something that ought to be dealt with, but it must be dealt with within the broader context of building institutional capacity of the state, particularly where there have been weaknesses. And that requires a lot of input, resources, and intellectual contribution in dealing with those issues. Do we have the political will to deal with that? Which is my last contribution in terms of this, Mr. President. I'm a bit worried because this question of migration have been integrated in the genetic politics of the country. And it's used actually as an excuse for failure of the state to provide basic services. Every party, actually, if you look at the political planks of some of the parties, it's quite concerning. I know during the last address to the nation, the president did make a reference that we should stop to politicize it. But at a political level, is there a willingness to do that? Because once you integrate this into the genetic politics of the country, you're unlikely to get out of it because you're looking at votes. Yeah. It becomes a popular thing for those votes. Yeah. Now, the migration issue, it's traditionally a far-right issue around Europe. And if I look at, of course, the center-left within Europe, it's completely collapsed. There's no more left. The left has left us. There's no left in Europe. You're starting to see same tendencies here in the country. The center-left, it's starting to gravitate with people on the center-right, and people on the center-right, they've departed, they've gone to the far-right. The only people who are quiet about these migration issues in the country, ironically, are the far-right. Yeah. The far-right is quite on this matter. It's only the center-left that has taken a position. I just find it too difficult to understand. And I used to think at times that the party that really brought me up, the ANC, it's a center-left party, but I think it's losing that centrality. So the challenge is emerging about this far right. To our Ghanaian chairman is gone here. I traveled, I used a Ghanaian passport throughout my life in exile. And I think I've had 2 passports renewed. So there's some level of affinity that I can identify with what is going on in the country. But I think what we need to do as a country, and I'm glad the foundation is doing this, to have this dialogue, it's really to start having a movement that says, not in my name, so that we don't allow this stereotype approach towards immigrants, legal or illegal, being perpetrated, that it can't be in my name. We can't let Mabahambe take over and let not in my name be silent in terms of those issues. Part of the problem, again, in closing, Mr. President, is this question of leadership. This is the only country where you see people in power demonstrating. And I ask myself, Lord have mercy, if they are demonstrating, who is taking decision? Those are the challenges of leadership that we ought to manage moving forward. Perhaps I'm an activist too. Maybe I used to demonstrate instead of taking decision. Finally, there's a bigger issue that is starting to emerge that I don't think we're paying more attention to. The question of irredentists that we're starting to see, particularly within the sub-region. Now, what is irredentist? Let me make it quite simple. These are countries that are claiming certain portion of South Africa. That's what we call irredentism. It's gaining traction. Going back to what Putin said earlier on, is it externally fueled, or is this invincible hand playing a role into that? I don't know. You're starting to see even secessionist tendencies within the country. Yeah. Now, both secessionist tendencies and irredentists are based on ethnicity, because the irredentists that are looking into the portion, they're looking at their kins across the border. Right. And then the identity and tribalism becomes an issue that it's going to influence how we move forward. So these are the issues that really requires leadership that can take bold decision, not appease electorate. If people are to vote you out of any local government based on principle, so be it. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Mr. Moyo, your reflections?
Thank you very much. I'll just have to... I don't know if this is mic'd up.
It is.
Okay,
Sorry.
can you hear me? Great. So I've got 10 minutes of the graveyard shift to do. I recently gave a talk on public speaking to UNISA students, so I want to see if I can keep my own lessons. So I'll have a 3-minute introduction, a 3-minute middle, and a 3-minute conclusion. I'm going to be entertaining and also eye-catching, and I'm going to be provocative while being diplomatic.
Is this your introduction, though?
This is my introduction. It's already in the 3 minutes. I'm also probably one of the youngest panel members, so I'm very humbled to be... I'm very humbled by former President Motlanthe for the invitation, a second invitation to the foundation, and Mrs. Gugu Motlanthe for her kind invitation. All protocols observed. So my talk is on why South Africa is so attractive. So my name is Metembeni Moyo. I'm the head of the Africa practice at a law firm called NSDV Law. We primarily do mining law, Mike. So if you need a good mining lawyer, I can share my company profile with you. So I've done work in many different parts of Africa. So I always give an insider-outsider perspective. I'm also from Zimbabwe, but work in South Africa, married to a South African, and have half Zimbabwean, half South African sons. Recently, if you follow South African rugby, you would have noticed that there is a new black fly half, and his name is Vusi Moyo. And my son's name is Khoshi Moyo. And my son goes to Vusi Moyo school. So you can see where my son is going to end up. And that's what immigration should be, really. It should be giving Africans a chance for talent to rise to the top, regardless of where it comes from. And why is South Africa attractive? Because it does give that platform for a Vusi Moyo to become a Springbok, or a Khoshi Moyo to become a Springbok flank one day. South Africa is attractive because South Africa kibuti. Simple as that. And ubuti means big brother, Mike. Uputom dala. And what is buti? Buti is the guy as a family you go to when you've got problems. Buti is the one who arbitrates. You know? Umalume is fighting with auntie. Then if you can't find a solution, you go to Bani? ubuti. And if you're coming from Eastern Cape and it's your first job in Johannesburg, where are you likely going to stay before you get a flat? Ubuti, you know? You're going to stay at Buti's house, find your feet for a bit, and then maybe move on. And that's who South Africa is to the rest of the continent. South Africa give Buti. And the rest of Africa needs Buti to stay Buti. What makes South Africa Buti is a very simple concept. It's a unwavering, no matter how much the doom and gloom, the lack of leadership, and so on we've heard, it's this unwavering respect of the rule of law. If you live in South Africa, whether you're in private sector or in government, you may be despondent and think that there is no respect of the rule of law, but South Africa has got an immense respect of the rule of law. Even the March and March people, just before March and March, started backtracking their rhetoric because they also were like, but if this goes to court, I might actually get arrested here, right? And if you don't believe me, let me give you a tale of two constitutional crises, a contrast of two constitutional crises, which happened ironically around the same time. Around the same time, President Ramaphosa was taken to the Constitutional Court, and the opposition parties want him to get impeached. He lost that case. It made news for about 2 days. He abided by the Constitutional Court decision. Now he's fighting the actual impeachment process in High Court. But it's not news. It's a given that the South African Constitution is respected. Around the same time, Zimbabwe was amending its constitution to give the president an extra term, even though the constitution itself, I mean, this might sound bizarre, the very same constitution they're amending says you cannot amend the constitutional presidential limits without going for a referendum. And guess what the amendment says? Notwithstanding that the constitution says this, we're amending it. And then on top of that, the constitution, they then say that we want the president no longer to be elected through direct representation, but through representative democracy. And guess what the guys who are supporting the amendment say? Oh, Ubuti does it. That's how the South African Constitution works. And then the opposition is like, no, Ubuti doesn't do it that way. Ubuti does it better. Ubuti is an actual true democracy. So you have to understand that even when people are doing mischief, they try to sanitize their mischief through South Africa. They say, but Ubuti does it. So this is the very powerful position South Africa is in as Ubuti. It can sanction or sanitize bad behavior, or it can correct it. Now, is it far-fetched to assume that South Africa can be Ubuti once again in the region? It's not. And I'll give you two examples. In 2002, now we're in my conclusion. In 2002, you see how I've kept to my...
Yeah, I still have 1.5 minutes left, but...
How many minutes left?
1.5, obviously.
See, there we go. Around 2002, there was something called the African War. 9 African countries fought in the DRC. South Africa itself didn't fight. South Africans are not really fighters. They are lovers. Musicians, dancers. But they know how to broker peace. They know how to have dialogue. They know how to talk about problems. They know how to have the same difficult conversations we're having right now. And where was that peace brokered? In Pretoria. This is after we had a war that drew almost all of the significant military powerhouses of Africa. It wasn't brokered in Washington, by the way. It's sad that the recent DRC conflict was brokered in Qatar and the US. It's probably because they're after the critical minerals. But that's a vacuum that has been left by African leaders. In 2008, I always have to use my home country as an example. The election results were not announced for months. Imagine, you go vote. Could you imagine that happening in South Africa? I mean, I don't know where Larry Madowo has gone, but imagine the CNN news cycle. South African elections have gone on and there haven't been results announced in over 60 days. In fact, I'm sure there'll be a timer on the news, on SABC. Day 63, election results have not been announced. And who stepped in to solve that crisis? President Thabo Mbeki, and there was something called the Global Political Agreement, which brought in power sharing between Zimbabwe, between MDC, ZANU-PF, and a faction of MDC. And for 5 years, Zimbabwe, between 2008 and 2013, because of that peace brokered by the South African head of state, we had 5 years of unprecedented economic growth and prosperity in real money, in United States dollars. Not Zim dollars. So every time I'm asked to speak here, I try to be an apologist because I've got a bit of a more nuanced view of South Africa. I don't have a gloom and doom outlook. But what happens when Ubuntu stops being Ubuntu? That's very worrying. And this is my challenge to Ubuntu. How can Ubuntu remain Ubuntu? And it's 3 R's. Only 3 very simple ways. A lot of the speakers, I think maybe because when you're older, this is not an insult, you become a bit, what's a better word for jaded? Frustrated, or you end up giving up. Despondent. If you've been in government or in business for many years, you become despondent and you think there are no solutions for crises. I think there are simple solutions for crises. One, history tells us that South Africa is able to solve crises. So the 3 R's are restraint, re-engage, and re-industrialize. Let's start with restraint. Restraint, South Africa's political leaders have managed to restrain themselves impeccably. They have not usurped the rule of law. No one has been shot for protesting. The ANC lost power, didn't shoot anyone. It shared power. That's restraint. The ANC government or an ANC elected president has never run for a full 2 terms. In the same space, I'm not saying this prophetically, please. In the same space that South Africa has about 4 or 5 presidents, Zimbabwe has only had 2. Think about that. And South Africa is a younger democracy. So between 1980 and 2020, and now they're trying to extend South Africa the presidential limits. So restraint. So this one is not a difficult one because you're doing it already. You're already restraining yourselves. The minister was at pains to explain that even at the risk of losing political mileage, they will not give in to the demands of vigilantism on the one hand, but they also won't arrest people willy-nilly without proving that they're wrong. That's an impeccable restraint of the abuse of power. Secondly is re-engage. Just re-engage with the same diplomacy you used to do. It's not that difficult. I mean, before you stole an election in Africa, you had to go and beg SADC not to you had to go and beg SADC like, guys, we're about to steal an election. You had to go to Pretoria and say, please, let us steal this election or just turn the other way. So South Africa used to have a very powerful diplomatic position. You couldn't make certain decisions that have ramifications for the region without Pretoria's okay. Now, that power shouldn't have just vanished because it was once exercised a mere decade ago. That power is still there. And then lastly, reindustrialize. I'm not saying that South Africa is deindustrializing. But let's say in some sectors it is. There are very easy fixes for that. Cheap electricity. It's quite simple. For the heavy industrial users like smelters, ferrochrome smelters, I mean, there's no reason why ferrochrome smelters and manganese smelters should be closing. That's not with the amount of electricity we have in South Africa. Make electricity cheap. And then lastly, make it easy to mine in South Africa. I mean, it's mind-boggling that a place like Zambia, DRC, has got more exploration spend than South Africa. South Africa has got the same geological complex and diversity of minerals, but the only difference is that you can't get a mining license in South Africa on time. So these are very simple fixes, because if a mine produces, like Goldfields says it's producing 500,000 ounces of gold, do you know how much they're spending on the value chain? They're buying explosives, they're buying PPE, they're buying chemicals, they're using dump trucks, they're using, it's just a massive multiplier on the economy. So these are very small fixes of how Ubuntu can be Ubuntu. Ubuntu is Ubuntu. Ubuntu needs to step up now and remember that they're Ubuntu. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I am going to try and keep this as short and sweet as possible. Just ask one question to each of the panelists, and hopefully we'll have some time as well. But Mike, I wanted to come back to you just on the back of Mr. Moya's contribution there. Business has a role to play here, and it has a role to play both in terms of industrialization and making sure that these economies grow. But as Dr. Makabela also said, we are seeing that business is also part of the problem when it comes to migration. So what does business accountability look like in this context? I've been working with Malawian migrants repatriating, and the stories of Malawian migrants saying that people are coming to their countries, recruiting them there, and then leaving them vulnerable. As you know, those Zimbabwean workers erstwhile are now Malawian workers in this day and age. What responsibility does business have to hold each other accountable to better labor practices and not being exploitative in this moment?
Look, I think it's a really good question, and what we should accept is that amongst all our stakeholders, there are going to be bad actors. And so what we shouldn't assume is that the entire business sector is kind of part of that problem. I mean, certainly I talk on behalf of large business who are making active investments. We are absolutely above board on how we engage. And we take our business in Ghana. We probably have 5 expatriates in that business. So amongst 5,000 people, everybody is Ghanaian. What we bring is some global expertise, balance sheet, etc. So I don't think it's the same for everyone. But I do agree with you. I think there are bad actors across the value chain. And I think it's up to the authorities and for business organizations to hold those businesses to account. So, and that's probably the way we should be thinking about it. But certainly there's no place for bad behavior, because it just creates that mistrust across the sector.
Absolutely. Dr. Makabela, you spoke a lot about leadership and the political interface here that needs to be strengthened. I'm going to put you on the spot. Because as Mayor Majanko was saying, what is going wrong in this moment? So if you are the President of the Republic at this point, what is the political conversations that need to take place? Because I think you are right. I think we are misreading the political temperature of the country, and we're seeing that the politics is moving. I don't even think it's towards the right, but towards an anti-rights framework. I mean, in the last election, we saw parties that were campaigning on anti-constitutionalism gaining traction. So when you are the president of the country presiding over a GNU that is multi-party, what kind of political interventions do you have here in order to bring the center back?
Well, fortunately, I won't be in that position. But I can only assume that the biggest challenge that the president has is to bring all these factions within the coalition together. Currently, you're seeing anarchy in communication. Where it's convenient, members of the cabinet would wear their political hat and make pronouncements that are against the government position. That's where the biggest challenge is. And I've looked at a few coalitions, how they communicate, and I think part of the bigger problem is embedded within the nature of the people who call it GNU, I call it a coalition. Within the coalition, there's no agreement in terms of what brings them together and what separates them. And during the term of office, what are the issues that they're going to communicate about as government? That's where the challenge is. I'm seeing gradual sapping into government position by political parties who start to make pronouncements on issues that are purview of the government, even though they have representation in government. So managing the communication space is going to be a huge challenge, and managing what is critical for the country, not for political parties, during this phase of the coalition is what is creating a huge problem and sending a negative message about the country.
Mr. Moyo, I want to end on your optimistic note that you were leading us into. But one of the phrases that has come out in the last few months is this idea that Ubuntu is suspended. That what has brought South Africa here is that we have been, almost too much going towards the Constitution, the rule of law, too much human rights, all of those things. What happens if that does entrench in our country? And that is less, I think, a political question, but also a kind of a social fabric question. What happens if we tip that scale and we go in the direction where people are anti-constitutional, anti-human rights, anti-Ubuntu? What are the dangers that we have in that, in losing that optimism?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, Tessa. So that's a brilliant question. It's a very worrying. It was part of my talk, and I actually skipped it in the interest of time. So the idea that South Africa's constitution is not fit for purpose, unfortunately, is not only a grassroots issue. It actually started in academia. One person once said that every bad idea starts somewhere in a university, in an armchair in a university. And unfortunately, the idea that South Africa's constitution is racist, entrenches property rights at the detriment of indigenous peoples, and also recently a new allegation against South Africa's constitution is that it protects immigrants against indigenous South Africans. Those three allegations are unfounded. And why they're unfounded is, on the property rights one, they say, well, look at the example of Zimbabwe. They took the land and gave it to the people. They didn't actually give it to the people. They gave people something called an offer letter, which means they took title deeds from a white commercial farmer, and then they cut that land up into 10 parcels, 5 parcels under what was called the A1 and the A2 land reform program. But what you were essentially given was an offer letter. An offer letter, in other words, is that if you keep voting for me, I won't take my offer letter back. If you stop voting for me, I'll put someone there who will vote for me. So there was no transfer of property. And once you go down the slippery slope of disrespecting the Constitution and then taking away property rights, it may start with white commercial farmers. Those are usually the low-hanging fruit. Then it typically moves to businesses. If we look at, and history tends to repeat itself. In Zimbabwe, it started with Kukura Undi in 1980. It moved to white commercial farmers. It moved to businesses who were overpricing their goods and services because we were trying to run away from the fact that there was hyperinflation. And then eventually it ended up with Operation Rambatuna when they were saying we don't want slums in Bulawayo and Harare.
And people were taken out of their homes.
And people were taken out of their homes. So that's the slippery slope you get on. So, but unfortunately, the Constitution is not fit for purpose. It's not a grassroots idea. It's an academic idea. So foundations like KMF, MTN, organizations like the MTN Goldfields, what they should be doing is having debates with younger people in universities and campuses and faculty and challenging, Mr. Professor, you say that this Constitution is not fit for purpose. Then if it's not fit for purpose, then why does everyone want to come and live here? Why are there so many Asian, European? I mean, the property prices in Cape Town are crazy because we don't only have African immigration, but we have European immigration in South Africa. And if there's something wrong with our Constitution, why do we have so much immigration? That should be a debate on a university campus against Mr. Professor X, who has come up with the brilliant idea that we need to append the South African constitutional democracy. This is one of the greatest constitutional democracies, not only in Africa, but in the world. And we need to protect it with all our lives, because if we don't, then everyone else says, well, if South Africa doesn't have a democracy, why even bother?
The rest of the continent. Thanks so much. I think we don't have time for more questions, but appreciate the panel.
Thank you very much to the panel, and thank you, Tessa, for facilitating an energetic dialogue. We're coming to the last part now, and the last comment was about a professor, and now we're going to have a professor. Normally I'd ask a professor why, but this time I'm asking the professor what. What has this session been about? Please come and shed some light on it. Is Busani in the room? Is Busani around? Here he is. Thank you very much. Do you want to come here? Please give him a warm welcome. He's good.
Good afternoon, everybody, and happy birthday to the former president, and thanks to everybody for all the interesting interventions that have been made since this morning, and thanks for tolerating the organizers for not allowing you to have a break throughout. I know some were complaining that they were now of advanced age and they needed body breaks, and they were able to do that. So I've done a summary using some of the latest tools available. Some of the latest tools available to me and others to summarize this, and I think they are going to control it over there. So you can move to the next slide, selector. Okay, yeah, we can bring it. So I thought that one might start. I thought that one might start on a, because earlier on in the morning the president said he's a cultural activist. So I thought maybe we could begin there, because this story needs to be told properly. I'm not sure if the song will play, but you can always listen to it at your own time. Now, it is important, and I'll encourage you to go through this song by Hugh Masekela, Stimela, because in the song, it tells the story that has been told by many people who spoke here today, including the president, about the history of migration and the relationship of migration with the South African economy, especially since the so-called discovery of diamond. It is essential that we go back to it because it helps us connect the past with the present and how it has manifested. Whereas there might have been the train, as he talks about it, which would have come from the neighboring countries, but we also know that equally there was a train that moved people from different regions within South Africa itself. Now, it is important also to remember that as the people were coming from the homelands, which was from within, and people who were coming from outside South Africa, I think you may just have to move it there. Where did they land? These people, in the main, in the previous slide, they landed in the hostels, and later on they will move into the informal settlements. I am raising this because part of what we have seen manifest in the Abahambe, spectacles, as I call them, because most of them are done for TikTok and Facebook. We have seen someone walk around with a whip, right? Whipping people and so on. It actually resonates with what happened under apartheid. You'll remember there was something called Oqonda. Some of you might be too young to, Oqonda. Because this thing, we're now calling it vigilantism and so on. I mean, you can see that the pattern persists. in the manner in which the so-called raids or checking on things. This is what Aboqonda used to do, because they were kind of a semi-formal stability unit of sort. They were enforcing certain laws, and they abrogated certain powers and rules to themselves. And you couldn't really tell whether Oqonda were part of the state or they were not part of the state. Therefore, they couldn't be held accountable. And so some of the things that has been raised today speaks exactly to that. And then there is this novel, which, in fact, both the song and the novel, they share same birthday with me, President, in terms of when they were constructed. This is a very important novel that tells a story in 1974 of what is happening in South Africa today. And so if you read both the novel as well as the short story, it's a story of migrant laborers who work in the farm, die in the farm, and lose his identity for the second time because there's an issue of where you will be buried. There's an issue of this Zimbabwean laborer who had to be taken back to Zimbabwe, and the only other belonging that he could take home was a jacket, because there was nothing else, and the family was too distraught and too poor, having worked in the farm in South Africa. As Nadine writes in the book, this is a farm that was owned by a white South African who was a landlord, who had a ranch where they went to have parties over the weekend in the Machalis and so on. Some of these things are recurring today. And so what she writes about in 1974 happened in a place called George 2 years ago, where you had migrant workers who were exploited, the building collapsed, they died, the state struggled because some of them had no identity. They could not be identified, and therefore it made the repatriation difficult. And so you can see how that history repeats itself, sometimes in dramatic, sometimes in very sad forms. Now, in the next slide, I deal with what is called Abahambe. This has been mentioned a few times here. What does this Abahambe, what does it represent? And what are they saying? And then I will talk about what those who are in government are saying at a very high level. And so they are saying Abahambe. And they even throw around numbers. They dispute what the state will say. If the state is 2.5 million, they will be disputed. People talk of 5 million and more. Is it possible that you can actually have 4 million people leave the country? Even the countries that we have learned from, our role models, by the way, it's Ghana and Nigeria, Kenya, and all others that have expelled migrants. These are our role models, South Africa. They were never able to expel over 1 million people. But of course, there is something symbolic about these numbers. If 100,000 have left, there is a kind of a sense of victory amongst people, especially amongst those who have got political interest, and that's a drama that gets created. Now, the state, as if I can appropriate the words that the former president used to use at buildings, that the state sometimes speak in forked tongues. Because you say these are legitimate concerns, and then you say those who are mobilizing them are opportunists. So who must mobilize them? If those who are mobilizing are opportunists, so who must mobilize the people who have got legitimate concerns? In the next slide, Selector, I characterize what has been mentioned, and for ease of reference, I'm calling it Abahlale. So there's Abahambe, which is one extreme, and Abahlale, which is another extreme. What are they saying, those who say Abahlale? They say compassion, they say that people must stay, we are being xenophobic, you must, in fact, some of them even say you must just open up the borders, right? This is what they say, regardless of the consequences of that, and that you resist even saying there are people who are undocumented. But I have shown earlier on what are the dangers of having someone who is undocumented, to the extent that you have no identity whilst you are alive, being exploited in a construction firm, being exploited in someone's kitchen at home, being exploited in a farm, and that at the point at which the family must then take you for your last, peaceful rest, you will never be able to, because you have no reference point whatsoever. The problem, therefore, with Abahlale, which is emerging and must be stated clearly, is Abahlale and then what? You can't say Abahlale, You don't create a special arrangement or dispensation for people to have a document. Because once you have some form of a document or identification, you are able to navigate the system. It doesn't make you a citizen, or does it make you legal, but you have to be identified, because in the majority of cases, they have no identity at all. And so compassion, not a system, it leaves migrants as vulnerable as they would have been if you had chosen something different. So these are the two dichotomies that we are facing, some of the things that emerge today. In the next slide, this has been raised, especially in the last few panels. It is something that may have to be confronted, because maybe it's a matter arising from the making of 1994 moment. I listen a lot to Maskandi music, I listen to songs and slogans and so on. There is something that needs to be confronted holistically as part of this debate on migration, which is the issue of belonging. Because in some sense, some of the people are raising issues they are raising because they feel that there is a problem, you are shrinking the space for them to be identified and for them to belong. This gets amplified because of the socio-economic challenges that people are facing. One of the most popular songs, I suppose even in the other, in the NGO that has got offices downtown, they also sing this song. People, when they say, this is our land, this is our country, what is the fight about? It's really about this quest for belonging and this quest for ownership. And this becomes more, amplified when people are poor, when people have got limited access to resources. So as part of this bigger national debate, we have to deal with the issue of belonging, who is South African, because even in the manner in which people are acting, they are saying, well, in fact, we are selling away our country, we are giving our country away. Underlying that is this vulnerability and the sense of belonging. Now, in the next slide, I just touch on what the speakers converge on, and this is not comprehensive, so I do apologize for those whose names might not appear, but there's convergence on issues of there has to be a shared understanding, convergence on the demographic dividend, that agreements are outpacing implementation, and there's always evidence from the private sector point of view. By the way, someone quoted, I think the CEO of MTN quoted Uganda. In 1999, there's a book called Pan-Africanism. That's just the title. President Yoweri Museveni wrote a chapter there in that book. It's a second last chapter, I remember, I think page 310. He says, the title of that chapter, he writes that he says Africa must guard against the pan-Africanization of apartheid. It's written by President Museveni. He was already president in 1999. Guard against the pan-Africanization of apartheid. And so in the manner in which he explains it, if you read it today, he's saying that having South African companies invest in the continent might bring with it, or might pan-Africanize apartheid, because it might bring racism, it might bring exclusion, it might bring exploitation, because that is how they had seen South African capital under apartheid. And of course, the CEOs who spoke here today, they have given a different dimension to it, and that they are very sensitive to those dynamics. So in the next slide, we also, I think it was noble of the two ministers, or maybe brave, because there is media here, that they were able to own up to some of the shortcomings. Because we will not address these things if the state is in denial. Because these things ought to be addressed. By the way, someone was arguing that, no, this Abahambe thing of the 30th was a grand failure and so on. But quite interestingly, we are seeing statements every second day which counts as if it's an achievement by the state, talking about the number of people who have been deported. Have you not seen that? Like they're gloating, right? Yeah, by a hump. So by a hump, right? So if this is the case, does it mean that the 30th was a failure? It may or may not be. More so because even in the numbers being presented, you don't then foreground them by saying a year before or month before, these are the numbers that that we're living. So there has to be kind of a balance. And I think Ambassador Makubela mentioned a very significant point about speaking, the government, the communication, the messaging. I mean, sometimes I feel sorry for Minister Kubai because it's almost like this is her own thing now, you know. Because we've never seen this Home Affairs fellow deal with these things. In the next slide, I'm moving towards the end, Program Director. There was a warning that was given by most people who spoke here today, and it was very, consistent, that when, for example, people are undocumented, when you have no identity, it means that people can do whatever they want to do because you lose your own humanity, as it were. Because who are you after all? Because to access services, you need to have some form of identification. Besides, having some form of identification also assists with planning. So to the extent that you may not be able to account for people on the system, you will not be in a position to do proper planning. Which is why, therefore, as one of the ladies told me who teaches in Tembisa, that the children of Mozambicans who are studying in the primary school, they lose the first 4 years of education because there are no teacher assistants who understand Portuguese who will assist them to be able to navigate the first 4 years of primary education because the teacher has no resource who's a teacher assistant who will help these children who understand the language. That is how this teacher is saying. Some may say, well, maybe she's part of Abahambe, but she's making an argument that you may have to provide assistance differently. Now let's talk very quickly in the next slide about what I call the 5 porous borders that needs to be addressed. And they try to summarize what most people have said in the interventions today, in no particular order. There's, of course, physical porous borders. The minister said, well, there's going to be a program of, building the wall and what have you. And we know what has been the consequence of that. I also argue, and it has emerged from here, that there are policy porous borders, that the policy for managing immigration and so on is itself problematic. It may sound very dramatic, but you will all recall that some 18 years ago, government's policy was that, asylums and refugees must be allowed in and that we will not build asylum centers and so on, and that they must integrate. What does integration mean? This was a porous border from a policy point of view because it did not explain what it means and how it will manifest. It meant that once we have a status, you can just go anywhere and find a way of surviving in the country. And some of these things, the Minister Kubai did speak about them. And then, of course, the ethical porous borders. We've known about it. There's many arrests that are taking place in Home Affairs and everywhere else because of the corruption. And the regulatory one is a big issue, which is why workers are being exploited. There are so many people complaining about scooter drivers, right? Like delivering food. Right? Many of them are working for big corporates. They're not working for an informal outfit somewhere, which means that if you need to address it, you need to deal with it from a regulatory point of view, which means that whether it's Uber, it's Checkers, and all of them must account for people who are driving those scooters and the extent to which they are driving them safely and whether they've got licenses. And then the big one is on the service delivery front, because in some instances, people are complaining because of the fight over the access to municipal services. So these are the 5 porous borders, if I summarize, that have emerged, which the states need to look at in a more systemic way. Second, last slide. There are lessons from these countries. I think they were useful. Most people were nodding when the 2 colleagues were invited, the 2 ambassadors. They were very instructive, and I think we can take forward that conversation and create another platform of a workshop or a seminar that just focuses on immigration management worldwide. Solidarity is very important, and that's, how you manage this thing, you balance it being humane, but you also balance with certain concerns, and you must think about it in the long term. Of course, what the ambassador of the EU didn't say was that part of the critique during the Syrian migrant crisis was that countries like Germany in the main, they were taking doctors and nurses and accountants from Syria, and that the rest of them had to find their way everywhere else. And then in the next slide, government must act. I think this was made very clear, that the state needs to act. And the state must act cohesively. It must not speak in forked tongues. It must not indicate left and turn right, because it creates a lot of confusion in society. You know, I said this to someone that even at the risk of being rebuked by saying this about my former boss, that, I just never understood why everyone else will call certain individuals vigilantes, and then the following day they are taking a selfie with the president. It's counterintuitive, right? And the worst thing, that there was no message explaining whether the meeting was to tell them not to burn property and so on, right? Really, I apologize to him in advance, and these are my views, so it mustn't be attributed to anybody else. So it is true that these are the challenges and the dynamics of this conversation, and the state must be able to hold these two truths together if there's capacity to do that and navigate them more effectively. And that these 5 porous borders, which I'm summarizing, need to be closed, and they must be addressed. It's not about this one or that one. All of them do matter, because they create resentment in society. And then deal with the issues of solidarity. The Premier of Gauteng, the current Premier in the main, has been lamenting that, in fact, even when he was the MEC of Education, that migration is putting a strain on the system in Gauteng. That's precisely because you then have 100,000 more children, including, and the majority of them being South African, because we have seen the migration patterns domestically, that they present themselves and you do not have enough schools. And the rate and pace at which we are building schools is lower than the rate at which people are migrating and presenting themselves. But most importantly, it is the last one. It's about the economy. As some Americans said, it's the economy, stupid. That is what this thing is about. In fact, I found, you might have seen a clip by Trevor Noah, who was explaining the crisis. It was more, smarter and made more sense than what many people, very senior people in the state, have said about it. That when there's a feeling of exclusion, unemployment is rising, resources are shrinking, you begin to see someone who's different to you as someone who might potentially be the cause of your disadvantage. And that is what was explained. So it is the economy. And then lastly, the private sector has to act. I think what was mentioned earlier on was useful. But also citizens and ourselves in our homes, because we are also exploiting immigrants without identity and paying them below minimum wages and so on. In the next slide, we talk about civil society, that civil society must act. Yeah, there's a big role for civil society, so they have to be included in the debate. You can't leave them outside. They are with the people. They have particular experiences, including organized labor as well. And this conversation about being and belonging is a conversation that South Africa needs to have. And then I think there's a closing slide. This is, yeah. I think we need to see a lot more creativity at a multilateral level on how to manage this. Because if this AU meeting takes place and South Africa is on trial at that AU meeting, there's a possibility that that meeting, if it may create solidarity domestically amongst Abahambe and Abahlali, if it takes the direction that it is likely to take, it will then create solidarity. It will be as if now the continent is conspiring that South Africa must do what they themselves in their own countries are unable to do, which is why we are seeing the resurfacing of Nigeria must go, Ghana must go, what has been happening in Zimbabwe, what has been happening in Kenya, because people are beginning to say, you guys might be ganging up against us. And then it is a shared responsibility, and that no one sector can solve it on their own. But importantly, the state must govern. Thank you.
Well done, Basani. a very good summary for those who have survived the long march to lunch. And the last thing that's going to happen is I'm going to invite a trustee of the KMF just to close with a vote of thanks to all of you and all the speakers. Please welcome him.
It's an extreme honor to do the vote of thanks because there's a Latin maxim that says dulcis in fundo, which means saving the best for the end. So I'm really privileged to do the vote of thanks. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, honored guests, allow me first to extend our sincere gratitude to MTN, our valued sponsor, whose generous support made this seminar possible. The commitment to initiatives such as this speaks to a shared belief in the importance of the dialogue we have engaged in today. To our distinguished panelists and speakers, thank you for the insight and candor you brought to these discussions. And to all our distinguished guests, thank you for the engagement and wisdom you contributed. Now, my mother and father also were immigrants, so I'm the son of an immigrant, and we had a restaurant, so I spent my childhood with my grandparents, and we only spoke Italian, so my English is not good at all. But what I'm about to say now, Mrs. Motlanthe, is not ChatGPT, and it's not Claude. It's my English. We would be remiss if we closed without particular mention of Mrs. Motlanthe, our executive trustee. The success of today's seminar, and indeed the continued smooth running of our foundation, owes a great deal to her tireless commitment. In a context of limited resources, she has in effect carried the responsibilities of several people and has done so with a grace and diligence that merit far greater recognition than time allows us to express today. We remain deeply grateful for her dedication and for the team that supports you. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Busani Mkaweni for Busani Mkaweni. Sorry about that. Sorry, Busani, for the invaluable contribution he made to our seminar. Now, I'm going back to my lack of proficiency in English. Now and again, President Motlanthe teaches me a word or two of English, and then the one day he told me all about an octogenarian. So I would like to say today, we're celebrating 77, so I say, we remain deeply grateful to you for the continued guidance and patronage of our esteemed patron and former president. It is our fervent prayer that by the time you become an octogenarian, which is 3 years' time, once more for another winter seminar, and that by then both South Africa and the world at large will find themselves in a far better place. And then, to conclude, after having heard all the academics and the opinions, etc., when we go home at night and we pray, and I just think of one thing, in my mind, I'd like to quote what Mother Teresa used to say, let's find a way of building a longer table and not a higher fence wall. That should be the crux. And talking about a table, please will you all join us for lunch? And sorry, Busani, once again.